welcome to our final FNCS Major of the Year, our third and final. I cannot believe it. So, to, I guess, get my brain believing and into this mode of the Last Chance Saloon, I am joined by the wonderful Levin 2K and Mini Miner. Hello, lovely analysts. Levin, do you feel like the season has gone so fast already?
It has. I mean, we all said it at the end of last season. It was like, we actually got a pretty short break. We'll be back here very, very soon. And so, yeah, it feels like no time's gone by at all.
No time has gone by at all, which is why, Mini Miner, you haven't gone to the shops and bought anything that's not one colour.
Yeah, I'm still figuring that out. I'm still trying to look on the shelves. I think I'm just drawn to the base single color clothing, and maybe we'll see a bit of a mix up towards the end of the season. That's something to look forward to, which we have. Of course, we have the gameplay as well, which is going to be great. But our attire is clearly the talking point of the show, I'm sure.
It is because it's a somber time. It feels weird to be breaking this news to anyone not in the know, but we have to spare a moment of silence and respect for the traitors who have left us and gone to North America. Levin 2K, I'm actually too upset to talk about who has deserted us. I think I need you to talk us through who we no longer speak about on this show.
I think you might be more upset than everyone else, to be honest.
Look,
status update, if you didn't know, a bunch of top EU players have moved to NA. Yes, they will be playing in Major 3 on the North American side of things. The likes of Tayson, Veno, Pink, Jack Bro, Paco, Kylie, Blaha, Mixon, Mongo, and Savage have all moved over. And Minnie, I think it's important to highlight some of the key reasons as to why, right? A lot of people be thinking, oh my goodness, like why have they moved? What's going on here? So, couple factors. Main biggest factor I'd probably say is the fact that this season, Major 3, there are an equal amount of qualifying spots for EU and NA. EU and NA both have 10 qualifying spots. And so when you actually look at, some of the traditional narratives we always have here, and of course people say we're EU, we're biased, a lot of EU players and fans look at NA and go, well, NA is a bit easier than EU. So in theory, if there's the same amount of qualification spots, it should be, just as, good or just as easy to qualify. And on top of that, Minnie, I think one of the bigger factors as well that probably doesn't get highlighted enough is that when you look at some of those players, right, things didn't go well with their old duos. A bunch of them split up. They didn't really have better options in EU, a lot of those guys, right? When you look at who they were trying out with. And so I know we meme NA and say NA is not as good, but they do have top talent, right? And so you look at the players a lot of those guys ended up playing with. I mean, some of them much better options than what they would have had in EU.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that list as well, we have EU veterans on there that have just been in the region for so long. So I think this sort of change of scenery, change of pace, change of region could actually work out in a lot of their favors. It seems to be going quite well for them so far. And even some of the duos that we had on EU, not necessarily splitting up, they're actually sticking together. Mongrel and Savage, of course, a duo that we're going to see on NA this season. Excited to see how they do. But from that's it. We're drawing a line under those names, never talking about them again on this show. That's it.
That's the spirit, Mini Miner. What I did learn from everything that you guys just put so beautifully there was that Europe in EMEA as a region, we're stronger. Europe is just the strongest region compared to North America. And you can clip that and send that to Zeke and the guys you'll see on the desk during the North American show later today. But let's talk about the duos we are going to be seeing on the show. The duos that I love and want to see competing in Dallas in September. Mini Miner.
Yeah, we have some duos that are left. There are people left on this region to watch. So thankfully for us, we do have a lobby to watch today. And a duo that is in that lobby that still have to qualify to the Global Championships is Trulex and Chicho. Now, this is a duo that we spoke a lot about last Major because, of course, if you don't know, they missed out on Grand Finals in Major number 1. Major 2's Grand Finals 11, they had a much stronger performance. They were there for starters and then got 8th overall, just missing out on the qualification spot to Global Championships last season. This season now, they're staying at the same drop spot. They haven't quite had an explosive start to the season, but I suppose they haven't had enough time to adapt to the meta, adapt to the changes that have had in the game. So I'm still have a few question marks about this duo, about their performance, but they're a duo that can definitely turn it on when it comes to the bright lights of Grants.
Yeah, I think most people would expect these guys to still make it to the Global Championships. I mean, you look at the caliber of players they are and they have been over the course of their careers, you definitely would put them in that contention. Even when you look at last season, right, they were in the qualifying spots going into that last game. And then again, it was just the difference between that one game that really pushed them out of it. So hopefully we can see them this season qualify for Globals with 10 spots in the EU, them being one of the better teams you think. I think they probably have a good chance of making it.
I feel like it wouldn't be the start of a major cycle without talking about the player that we know and love and want the best for, Janice, except confusingly no longer with Flixie. He's with Pixie now, Levin.
Yes, Janice and Pixie are a duo. And I mean, there's plenty of things we can say about Janice, right? If you're familiar with EU competitive, you would have seen Janice's name around, right? 3-time FNCS champion, a player who, you know, is always there in those big moments, has had so many of them. I think the key thing that people will be looking at is obviously Pixie in this duo, right, Minnie? And like how he plays a part in it. Pixie's a player who's been around for a while now, but maybe people aren't familiar with him and the caliber player he is. I think one of the key factors to look at with Pixie is when you look at the likes of Tayson and Pink, who obviously have now moved over to NA, before they moved, one of the players they were practicing with and potentially trying out with was Pixie, both of them, right? And so it's like, that should let you know the caliber of player that he can be in terms of, he clearly has a high potential, a high skill ceiling, and I think Janice can definitely be the player who unlocks that out of him.
Yeah, and they're landing at Brawler's Battleground this season. Of course, last season's champ Swizzy and Banyak landed there. A little bit less of a good drop spot now, I suppose. It hasn't quite got the same power. But something interesting I noticed about Janice is I was looking back at all of his previous teammates. They've all been German since Chapter 2, Season 7. This is the first time he's going to be speaking English with his duo partner or with his teammates in an FNCS since Chapter 2, Season 7. So we know what happened with that Hen, Janice, and Chafix trio all the way back in Chapter 2, Season 5. Can they replicate the same this season? We'll see.
Well, guys, my bias for Vico and Pink is no more because they have broken up. However, I can say Vico's stayed in Europe, so he is now my favourite. And confusingly, even more so than our last duo, he's now teamed up with Flixie, Levin.
Yes, Vico and Flixie, a very interesting dynamic. I mean, when it comes to fragging power, there's so much you can say about how impressive these guys have been, right? I know when they formed, people tried to run the whole, like, the EU version of Peter Bottom Pollo, and as much as I'm not going that far, because that is a level that not many players will ever reach, you know, I understand the comparisons, right? These guys are two very fraggy players who want to go around and just eliminate everybody in their way, right? They are so proficient at doing that. The key concern I have for them as a duo remains in the fact that they are still landing at Reckless, right? Flixie decided, look, I've got Reckless claimed, I don't want to leave. And again, both of these guys, when you look at where their duos went wrong last season, it was problems in the mid game. And I feel like Reckless is one of those spots where, again, this season it might be hard to cook something. There's so many interesting dynamics around the map now with the nitro rings and the slurp cacti in the south and all these different things that you can like cook really good mid game strats with. But it feels like Reckless doesn't really access any of those things. So it's like, we'll see. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, we have two very good players here. I mean, Flixie and Janice, both of them wanted IGL, so they split up. They thought, right, let's try and find new partners. Speaking of language, I feel like the language guy right now. Vico actually wanted us to go back to speaking German with his duo. Of course, he played with Pink initially. Now he's back with Flixie. Those guys are speaking German. They're going to be a little bit more fluid, I suppose, with their comms and their ability to play the game. Both of them, as you mentioned, Levin, incredibly talented players. And I do share the same concerns coming out of Reckless Railways. It doesn't quite have that power of some of the POIs that we've had so far this season.
Well, we're going to go over to our powerful casters now to check in with them. It's Jacob Peel and Takata.
Thanks, Frankie. Yeah, you guys were talking about it. A lot of top European players move to North America, Jacob, but that just opens up more opportunity for the duos here on EU. Are there any names that might be coming to mind?
I mean, there's a huge amount of names, a lot that you can kind of mention. Des mentioned three of them, but one I want to talk about, Chap and Teeny. Chap, someone that didn't necessarily make the Major 1 Grand Finals. Teeny, we know him for the tricks that him and Misha used to have underneath their sleeve, multiple different drop spots in way of their finals as well, but now they formed together. Second place in Major 2, and now the start of Major 3, the evaluation cups, they are looking like the team to beat, the most aggressive team, and the one that's going to give everyone the hardest chance.
Yeah, you said it. Back-to-back Cash Cup first place finishes at the Nitro Dome, but Boom Bolt is no longer in the game. So will they be able to do it again? We'll have to find out, but there's still more to break down, so let's head back over to the desk.
Thanks, guys. We'll be back with you soon for game number 1. But before then, not only are we mourning for the deserters who have left us for North America, but we also have to say goodbye, in competitive at least, to the Fist, Levin.
For now, right? You know, they didn't mention when they would be back, but they did mention they were working on something with it. Look, let's tell the story of mobility this season, right? Because we just came from a meta that was quite low mobility, and coming into the season, everybody had their eyes on a Nitro Fist. They were so strong, so powerful, the talk of the town non-stop in all of Fortnite. And, you know, of course, the mobility item that reminded a lot of people of like katanas from back in the day, right? And so instantly everyone was like, okay, we can use them similar way. This is the go-to mobility item. And there were also nitro splashes, but a lot of people sort of were like, well, if we're carrying nitro fist, we don't really need nitro splashes, right? Like we ain't got space to carry this. But then with the nitro fist getting removed, everybody was like, well, we have to carry nitro splashes. And a lot of people quickly realized, wait a minute, this is so good. Why have we not been using this more? And it has just been the talk of the town again the past week since it's really, you know, come to the forefront. And it's very effective, Mini.
Yeah, it is. All the teams nowadays, they've adapted. They seem to be just goats at using the nitro splashes now. But of course, we're not going to see the fists inside of the lobby today. And I want to look back at what those fists, how much of an impact those fists actually had. And in particular, how easy it was to make those rotations. A duo that I wanted to highlight was CZB and Nathan using them a couple of weeks ago. And it was one of those situations where I was looking, I was like, it's crazy how easy it was to rotate, Levin, using these nitro fists without having to expend so many materials. We can see them here easily getting to the front side of 9 Stone with those fists, easily looking back to all the players to Storm Surge. They're actually below a little bit here as well. They needed a little bit extra tax to get to the front side of zone and get above that surge. And you look at this, look at how many builds they still have at this point in the game. We see CZB 50 builds in his inventory. They're playing as solos. These fists allow you to do that. And today it's going to be a little bit different, Levin. It's going to be a little bit of a different landscape because you don't have the ability just to save all those materials and easily rotate in endgame.
Yeah, for sure. When you look at like how things differ, right? I want to take a look at example of Cammy and Seti using the nitro splashes just to show like again where it's like the nitro splash is very effective mobility, but it's not as free to rotate a lot of the time as you mentioned. You see here they're caught on the backside of the zone, right? They can't rotate around and just fist their way through the way they would have been able to if they had access to the nitros. So this time, right, they just have to use the nitro splashes and sort of run around, and it's still very effective, right? You can see they can get towards the front of zone. They're on an elevated layer here because you never really want to be ultimate low where everybody's nitro fisting through builds. And I think the key difference again between the fists and the splashes is how people are taking and playing for height, Mini Man, right? You see there from them a much more traditional height take where they sort of ramp up and they're cranking, and with the nitro splashes, they're so quick. Whereas a couple weeks ago, you just fist all the way up and take height nice and easy. It was a lot messier, a lot more difficult to hold if you were that team on height.
I'm just actually thinking that the team over at Epic have actually done our casters a massive favor in removing Nitro Fists for the time being. Because can you imagine trying to commentate all the fist action during the final zone?
They might have too soon.
I mean, we'll see.
Yeah,
Don't speak too soon, Frankie.
They've got time to practice. They've got time to get ready and warmed up for that one. But this is going to be a really interesting day because if you think back to Major number 1 and Major number 2, we didn't have set lobbies. We had so many duos competing at one time, just trying to get into the lobby again and again and again. This time round, we have got a set lobby for the broadcast. So we're going to have 50 duos. It's going to be more akin to what you might expect from even the finals, really, in terms of format. We've got 6 games for you today. So, in terms of the duos that we've seen in the lobby list so far, Mini Miner, I'll come to you first. Who are you expecting to perform well from the get-go?
All eyes got to be on Teeny and Chap for this tournament today, for the entire season, with all these big names leaving the region. Of course, Chap with his first FNCS Grand Finals last season. The lights were shone brightly on that duo. They couldn't quite make it happen in terms of a first-place finish, but they have the firepower. Their drop spot has been a little bit nerfed. Of course, they had to move then into a different drop spot, so it's kind of like, how are they going to play? Now they're back at the Nitro Dome. It's kind of a weird one with that duo. I think they still have the fragging power, they still have the ability there, Levin.
I think I'll throw a spanner in the works and throw out Nathan and CZB. I think what we've seen from them in previous seasons is that in the qualifiers, they're really always going to show up. When they don't have to worry about Storm Surge being too difficult in like a lobby like this, out of Grand Glacier, there's things they can cook up. Obviously, they've got a ring at Grand Glacier now. They obviously have the mountains with the pads they can cook from. So I expect to see Nathan and CZB doing pretty well here in these qualifiers.
It's going to be incredible to witness this because this is obviously a new meta. It's a new season of Fortnite Wrecked, and I'm absolutely loving it so far. But given that the lobby list itself looks incredibly different from what we're used to, I just can't wait to see who is going to rise to the top today, even without the fists. So let's head over to the fabulous Takata and Jacob PR to get this qualifier underway.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, Jacob, we're back in business. Major 3, the last chance, last opportunity. But it's a different format than what we've previously seen in the qualifiers. For Major 1 and 2, we had that non-stop action, late game to late game, multiple matches running on at the same time. But now we're back to those set lobbies, 50 duos, 100 players battling it out to qualify.
Yeah, before it was kind of like an elimination race of sorts to try to get as many points as you can. You cap it off for the win, kind of 100-point games, as many as you can. This time around, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to try to make that a possibility, but from what we've seen of Chap and Teeny, I got to ask you, is there a lot of pressure on them as a duo? Because now, with everybody moving on over to NA, they look like the superstars. I'll get to answer that question right after this because Game 1 starts now.
They're looking like the superstars from the tournaments that were leading up to this FNCS Major 3. But like we mentioned earlier, they do drop at Nitro Dome, and they've recently vaulted the Boom Bolt from competitive, so they don't have that anymore. They will have the infinite ammo medallion though, which is still incredibly useful. But we'll have to see if they're able to maintain that consistency. Players drop it in. Game 1 is always a special feeling. You're still kind of getting warmed up a little bit, getting in the zone, getting locked in. And we'll start it off with some big names.
The Major 1 versus Major 2 champs right out of the gate at Redline Rig. Probably one of the more powerful medallions that you're fighting for, and Swizzy is already down. Malibuka and Mustache, they're able to get that first knock, the first elimination so far, but it's going to be a trade. Mustache was knocked as well. Vanyak trying to do his best to fight back and at least bring it to an even fight, but he slides his way up into the shot. Malibuka instantly takes him down.
Now, great way to start it off for Mustache and Malibuka. It's always a little stressful to do those almost 50-50 drops where you have to take the battle right off the start. Looks like Yanis was actually able to secure an elimination as well here. Bad sniper now, being the opponent that's left.
Now it's essentially a numbers game. Because they got that elimination so early, even though they don't have a ton of resources, they can kind of drain the clock down, make Bad Sniper have a bad move, and they just attack from 2 different angles. Another early game fight instantly won by Yanis and Flixie. A new duo to this season that you got to look at and think there's a lot of high hopes on the table for them.
A lot of potential. 11 Mini, we're talking about them. Especially with a lot of the duos that have moved to NA. Just opens up more opportunities for the ones that stayed here on EU. Landing brawlers as well. Taking a look at this POI. Brings memories from last Major. Not as popular this time around, but still very strong.
Yeah, you still got a good amount of loot. You have the dashes. It is relatively center of the map as well. And because I think that so many people disregard Grim Gates, that there's no medallion there, that not many people want to challenge it. So virtually uncontested in most regions. So this is going to allow them to get a nice early start. It just all depends, does anybody rotate through Grim Gates, around Grim Gates, or is Toos and Karma going to have to rotate out to get their Storm Surge?
That's the big question. Important thing is elevating yourself here. You can see, kind of taking a peek at those surrounding duos. We saw how popular it was, the third-party Grim Gate, when it was the big POI of the season. So there's still a lot of split drops that do happen in the surrounding area. So opportunity for tags should arise if they're able to wait long enough. Porhawa Comeback, though, quick to rotate from their drop.
This is a team that we've seen in many different instances of majors that they're progressively getting better as a fight. Flixie and Vico, a team that we've talked about, getting very, very aggressive. We talked about what's over towards Reckless Reels. Well, the most common thing that we see almost every team try and fight for, it's that close forecast tower just to the south, a little bit to the east of where Reckless Railways is actually at. And already you see with early game eliminations, that's going to give them the best chances to go ahead and get it, but they're not stopping there. There's one elimination is not enough. They're going for another one on Akiro and instantly takes him down. That's 2 total eliminations, a full team out of the lobby. And great positioning for Vico and Flixie.
Could this be the communications coming to play? Vico no longer having to speak English with Pink. Now, once again, back with his native language. As we switch over quickly to Artist here. Nice clean connects. Forcing that aggression now with the advantage. Gonna pick this up quickly. 2v1. Oh no, he's actually lost his duo partner. It's turned into a 1 versus 1. Danger now. Rising.
Yeah, Fanayan Basically a 1v1. Fire Hunter's already down. Artist is doing what he can. That's a nice shot. That's going to alleviate a good amount of pressure. But you have to be careful because there's almost no instance this season that you're 100% safe because of those nitro splashes, but they're just dodging around. Artist not wanting to stay in one position. Finally gets the piece control over the top. Fanayan basically going down with ease as Artist ends that one pretty quickly. And it's way before anybody else can begin to try to third party, move over in this direction, and interrupt it for themselves.
If you're able to get initial tags for these types of engagements, it's already an advantage. It's always been an advantage, but like you said, Jacob, now with the nitro splashes, it's just that much more powerful if you're able to land those initial shots. Because, I mean, it's very difficult to run away from someone that's charging at you with full nitro, both players. I mean, you can put ramps in your box, but you're only going to last so long. You won't have enough time to heal up, so it's definitely a scary position to be in for a lot of these players. Kidero and Nebs, though, very close to a lot of action, just like Marius here, who's already been cracked. Opposing duos now are going to be the aggressors.
You see the nitro splash being popped. Sango, gotta be careful. Break it through the box once. Instantaneous. This is where you have to go and switch layers. That's going to be the best defense. You cannot stay on that one. Nice shot to try to fight back, but Shadox just go ahead and slides down low to the low ground, being careful not to challenge. He is weak. One shot will do him in, so he has to be careful, pick and choose. Oliver is also getting tagged down. Marius out of nowhere is alleviating the pressure that is absolutely necessary, and now the tables have turned. He's looking like he's on the chase.
Nitro splash popped once again, looking to find the angle now to rush on in, but shots from above gets cracked once again. Marius dropped to 58 HP, forced to play a little passive here. Mini's going to be popped, as now this is a situation that, you know, the third party's up above, just kind of looking down below. You still have that engagement that's unfinished. Nice! 2 shots connected as well. This is scary,
good.
Jacob.
Yeah, this is good for them too, because not only do they have that, they have the medallion all the way from the bottom side of the map, which gives them that nitro, infinite nitro splash ability essentially coming out from them. So if you try to challenge them, you have to be careful in a lot of these situations. And just like we're seeing nitro splash be used as the offensive maneuver item, you can see it here being used by Sanguid and Marius. They're quickly popping it because it does give you speed. It does give you a little bit more stamina, so you can cover as much distance as possible when you do need it to rotate, especially that the nitro fists are no longer here.
Yeah, it is now the main item for mobility and also just for fighting in general when you need it. Here you can see they also have a use of natural mobility with the launch pad on that ridge. 107 shot connected. And like we were mentioning, if you hit those initial shots, you can see nitro splashes pop instantly. The opponent can try and hide, can try and pop some shields and box up, but when you got 2 players that can run shoulder first right into your box, you're gonna have to take one out. You're gonna have to play for that aggression. You can only run for so long.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to, instead of playing defensively, trying to back up, you have to time your shots perfectly for when they break through those builds, and it's gonna come out as a sacrifice, and a 2v1 is not gonna be easy, and they're just hot on the heels, not really giving them a chance. Switching layers quickly to try to get out of the way of the nitro, but he drops right back down, putting himself in that same danger. Stayer's gonna buy him some time, but he needs more than just a couple of seconds. They have the 2 different angles, and it's just only a matter of time. He goes down altogether.
Yeah, like we said, the clock was ticking. There's not much you can do in that situation. High drop. And Haris, though, looking to be... I was going to say, there's not too many duos around them. They are kind of more edge zone here. 3 elims already on the board, so more than enough damage to start off this match. Double Flowberry Fizz as well. And you can even see the little Grimgate dashes that they got that I have kind of been conserving.
It does look like they're near the forecast tower as well. No matter if anybody's going to try to contest it. We saw Vico and Flixie over in that direction early on, and we see Karmi and Tooth rotating. They're not too far away from Grim Gates, making it all part of their loot path. That's the one thing that Grim Gates actually does lack, is that metal material. Everything else is pretty fine and dandy if you look at their loadout. You see making that smart move. Zone doesn't pull far. They take their time. Instead of going all out aggressive, going for Surge, they know that opportunity is going to come later on in this same game as long as they position themselves accordingly.
CZB looking to connect some shots here with the DMR, but although they are positioned on top of the snowy mountain here. There's only a couple duos in sight that are rotating through. In terms of zone, though, they are positioned quite well. I'm curious to see how much total damage they've been able to secure. But it looks like they are going to start moving in a bit more.
That's what I like about this team. They're just progressively getting better. 3 FNCS finals, even though their best placing isn't among some of the best, it's all about consistency. It's all about progression throughout each and every one of these FNCS that you see. And there's so many teams, I think, this season that can actually claim that top 10 to try to get that global championship spot, especially with some of these other players leaving the region. Real beachhead over towards the side. Another spot that's new to this season. There's a lot of nitro over here. There's the boost rings that can be used to try to get to zone a lot quicker. And there's the cactuses that we've talked about if you want to save as much of the resources as possible when trying to win.
If you think about it, there's a lot of natural map mobility in this season. You said it yourself. Nitro portals, cactuses, water of sticks, launch pads. There's so many kind of just things scattered around the map that you can use to help get you to zone. You can even see Pixie and Yanis boxed up by one of those nitro portals. Taking pop shots currently, but it all depends on where that zone does end up pulling.
And you can see what they're doing here, saving all their heals. I talked about the cactuses. They're trying to go ahead and try to get Surge from far away in the distances. They're not really scared to take shots themselves because they know they have all those heals in the form of that cactus because it does respawn. It does give you 30 HP or shields. So for Pixie and Yanis, this is just the name of the game. 100 gone just like that, while 30 picked up yet again. Multiple cactuses to waste no time getting those shields back up. So they're constantly on the hunt for Surge. So when we get into that stage of the game, Takata, I expect them to be doing just fine.
100%. Little sneaky play here now, too. I believe close to Brawlers. You got to be careful. Mid to late game. Is it worth it to walk into those already looted hangars, buildings, even little shacks throughout the map, as there could always be those players hiding? But it looks like they're not too interested. Oh, I might have spoke too soon.
Yeah, they're just farming up as much as possible. They are being very, very careful. They're watching out. They have some sense that somebody might be hiding in this direction. They don't know exactly where, so they got to be careful not to overstep their boundaries just a little too deep in the zone. And right now, even though there's angles, I'm liking the patience coming out of this duo. Not getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, but they actually saw him on the other side. His teammate and his chance to catch somebody off guard. Nice shot to be fired by Frozzy. If he can kind of continue this pace, but Art Skill with a flank. There's a strength in numbers that they're trying to use, but that's going to allow them to escape. You see that T-Chip's already starting to heal up. The Cola is going to get 75 shields over time, an instant 25 HP, so all of that early damage is instantly right out the window.
You can see actually, too, the opposing duo hiding were not too strong on loot. They only had like a green gatekeeper and maybe even like a gray AR or something, but there must have been a reboot. You can see only 5 shots as well in the shotgun. I mean, they can still come out on top here, but they're definitely not as healthy.
It's not going to be easy. And the thing that's unfortunate is Art Skill just goes in. All the positioning, all the health out the window for almost nothing. And now his teammate's stuck by himself. You see Flawless just going aggressive. 108, 48, back-to-back shots. And then that 2v1 is just too much to overcome. And that's the thing, Takata. All it takes is one mistake, 1 second of separation from your duo. And Art Skill just felt that pain full force.
You can see how quickly he got eliminated. 200 to 0. In a millisecond. Even though they didn't have the best loot in the game, they still got the job done. As we switch back over to Merstash and Malibuka, on their drop spot, you can see they've secured the mythic loot. They got the 2 elims off spawn, and they just decided to build up and continue looking for tags, as the zone has pulled south in this match. So no rotations having to be made yet by Merstash Malibuka. On the contrary, the opposing duos have had to rotate towards here, so they are capitalizing on that by taking those shots now from above.
Yeah, and just like we saw with the cactuses, Merstash does have that machinist medallion, so he is going to get shields up to 75 if he does lack it. So getting a Surge for them is another team I expect to be on top of the food chain when it comes to that. Asanglib, Marius towards the outside. They're just outside of where we saw Malabuka and Mustache positioned at. So taking a fight here is going to be a little risky if they do want to take it on that duo that's positioned below, because it exposes themselves not only to Malabuka and Mustache, but the other surrounding teams that'll probably third party it for Surge for themselves.
Yeah, you got to be careful here. 30 seconds until the next zone appears as well. There is that Nitro portal, but there's a lot of open area here and a lot of duos kind of just waiting to look back at you and take shots. So it's a little bit of patience here from both duos. No aggression coming from it yet.
Marius and Sangil have been in a couple fights so far. So you got to imagine they probably don't feel that necessity to have to go for Surge like some other players that might not have knowingly gotten those shots in a far pull for everybody here in this quadrant of the map. So no matter if you're fighting now or later, you're going to have to rotate out of this position and make it a risky rotate. So that's where you see those Nitro splashes, the boost ring, everything's going to come in handy for this next one.
Nico Flakesy, though, still a little chilly here in the snowy side of the map. Meanwhile, everybody else down south in the desert. You see, though, they will make use of that porta potty, which is going to bring them closer to the zone, but not enough yet. As hopefully here they can make their way towards a launch pad or something to help them get into zone.
No, there's a couple launch pads positioned by. It does look like that's what they're looking for. You combine that with the Flowberry Fizz, makes for an easy rotation almost anywhere on the map. So you can already see one form of mobility that everybody knows and loves, but here's the new one. They still got some distance to cover. You combine that with the Flowberry Fizz, just like the launch pads, and man, you go zooming across the map. But it's very, very scary sometimes, because I was watching yesterday through round 3 a couple of times, seeing players do this. They launch straight into an enemy team's box.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Paris Eyedrop, though, has done a good job of holding on to those dashes. Marius Sangil, now you said it yourself, they've gotten themselves into a significant amount of engagement, so they're not done yet. They're still hungry for more. Sangil, though, might have overstayed his welcome as he's been fully eliminated, leaving his duo partner alone now on his path back to zone here.
And Marius knows at least one person had already rotated by, just didn't know exactly where he's at. That's Olver. Right to the right there. He's going to go ahead and skip on past to try to get to zone. Now that Marius is solo, obviously you want your duo live. There's a huge strength when you can kind of 2v1 or 2v2 all these other opponents. But now he has a whole different feeling of flexibility. You can play for yourself. You can kind of get out of these hard positions without worrying about your teammate and not worrying about them catching up. So this could be a little bit of a blessing in disguise for Marius. If he can use his positioning and everything accordingly, he is center of zone. This is one of the most perfect positions you could be in right now. And he's in between 2 different cactuses for some instant heals.
Good way to cope. Think of the positives of losing your duo partner. Not many, but I like the positive mental attitude you got there towards it. Neb's Kidduo knew that Marius was kind of waiting for something to happen, I believe. So they not only have to be careful of that, but also the other 2 duos that are boxed up in front of them. You can see the zone, though, at the bottom right has pulled right with them in the center of it. So they could even build one more up if they really want to here. They're positioned so well already. Depends how much damage they really want to get, how many materials they want to use, but this is actually great for them.
Yeah, it just all depends kind of on the HP heals. There's another team deep in the zone. It's going to open up if they can just last that long, but Storm Surge really affecting some of the players in the lobby. Turtle and Chiefs, a team that we saw grow throughout that last major, get better. They get aggressed on by one player. You got to imagine what Finn was going through right there, probably down on the Surge, but Chiefs gets tagged up, 1 HP separated. Storm Surge running wild. Nitro just pushing players through the box, and now it's just Chiefs by himself that can only last for so long before he goes down to Ju and Asa.
Both players now forced to pop a med kit here. Zone is quite a ways away, so not only do they have to loot quickly, but also figure out how they're going to rotate in. Only 84 above, even after those 2 eliminations. You can see the amount of players that are kind of on the borderline as well. The edge of that zone going to be looking right back at them as they're rotating in. So although they came out on top of that engagement, they still have a long journey to go. Mustache Malabuka, though, finally left their drop spot. Even picked up another elimination now. Bunch of extra loot, though. Looks like they picked up 3, even though they only got 1.
That's the thing about this season, just kind of thinking back to that last fight, is they were kind of positioned on the low ground. I know they had already fought one team, but low ground this season, I feel like, is the quicksand. The longer you stay there, the longer you struggle, you're just going to begin to sink and sink. The nitro splashes, especially when players are out of build, especially in this lane game, it's going to become very, very disastrous. So picking and choosing which layer, to me, is so impactful and so much more crucial this season than kind of ever before. And we're going to just see it play out. I know we've seen little instances so far today with the nitro splashes, but once we get a couple more zones inward, we're going to see how impactful where your positioning actually means for you.
We were talking about it. There's so many plays that can come from these nitro splashes that we haven't seen in a long time. So these late games, they're going to get chaotic, but they're definitely going to be fun to watch. Kiddo Nebs continuing with the rotate. You can see they were making use of that cactus again to just full out on shield, but you got to be careful as Kiddo's been cracked now. Nebs going to have to help him out here. Group up, hold builds for a little bit. They don't need damage. They just need to be safe.
All about just surviving in most cases. Some thriving, others not. Ping just runs right past. Against a team who desperately needs surge, 244 below, and one blessing right here is there's a team positioned right in front. Everybody has to rotate away, so this could give them an opportunity at an isolated fight, and this is where they're going to rotate parallel, follow around any one of these teams, figure out who they can catch off guard, because they just popped the nitro splash, so in a second, as soon as they reach a box, they can start fighting. Uh-oh.
Have to be careful. 268 below as well. 321. It just keeps getting worse. Even 1 to 2 eliminations might not be enough here. It's just either out heal or completely pop off. But with that inventory, with that loadout, it's not looking like much of a possibility to out heal. So they've really got to hope a lot of players get eliminated here, as the zone even has pulled towards them. Bandages found. Look at the amount of clustered players as well just beside them.
Just one of those very, very tricky scenarios. Flixie just sitting in the cone, doesn't want to get nitro splash, dashed into the box, peeking behind, seeing which players are going to have to rotate in and around him. All this information is so crucial, especially when you're a solo like Flixie and you got your back up against the wall trying to pick up points, but Volko, Cringe, they see him there. He's in the cone for good reason. They break through the bottom layer, but Flixie, now everything's coming crashing down. You see him changing elevations, up, down, ping-ponging around, trying to survive, but as soon as he goes higher, a third party, other players in the lobby start to notice. They shoot some shots in his direction, but that has slowed down the chase. That allowed him to breathe here for a moment and survive into the next fight.
Almost all his materials used up just to survive that situation. It's incredibly important to place ramps in almost every box you're going to be in now, just because of those nitro splashes. It'll give you another second to kind of tank that initial shot after the wall breaks. As now, first moving zone here for these players is going to be coming shortly. 995 above for Merstash and Malibuka. You called it yourself. That medallion, which allows them to constantly be at 75 shield, coming in clutch to not only get those tags, but also be confident in these engagements and conserve all their consumables for this late game.
Kind of starting to feel that confidence. They already have the 3 eliminations, good position above everybody else. Push comes to shove. They have the nitro splashes as well, but they need to be careful. iDrop and Horus, they are the first team to at least trying to make a claim for that high ground. How long can they hold on to it? They still got 3 more zones to go before this game is over. And they can quickly run out of builds if anybody has an opportunity to look up, try to target them, and chop them down.
Good news is there aren't any nitro fists, so they don't have to worry about any uppercuts so far. But what they do have to worry about is people popping those nitro splashes and running through their builds to try and chop them down, but that's a problem later in the match. Merstash Malibuka gonna worry about getting to zone. Nice cracks though, nice initial shots. Merstash has been cracked as well though. They're gonna be forced to play a bit safe here. Trade that medallion so Merstash can recuperate that shield without having to use flow barrier or big pots. Pixie now alongside Yanis, looking incredibly healthy.
Yeah, they're just trying to go up. They don't want to stay on that low layer. They had a claim for the high ground. iDrop Riz, they got chopped down. Pixie Yanis, they saw that as a green light to go, and they immediately changed layers, moving all the way up that mountain, but they did catch themselves. iDrop Riz, they will not be denied that opportunity to try to take this game. Top 18 position, every team that goes down, that's placement points that come in. So if you're a solo like Marius, surviving here is going to be so important, crucial, some would say, to having a good game 1.
Artist gone down. Marius still holding on strong, but just one shot away from getting eliminated, unable to escape as Nebs and Kiduo are going to be the ones to take that elimination. Bumped up to 6 now. Haris eye drop still above, maintaining height.
Nobody really had that chance to look up at him just yet. And you see Pixie trying to go forward. He gets chopped down, a little bit of HP, so he's not going to be able to contest for it for long. Nobody has a chance to look up because of the nitro splashes. Everybody down below has to be careful that somebody's going to break into their box. Yanis down, Kenti gone. There's so many players getting lost right now in the blink of an eye because they're not staying ahead of the game. All the materials are running out. Pixie forced to drop down low, and you got to be careful. That's the quicksand I was talking about.
Low ground is incredibly dangerous with these nitro splashes at play. Your builds are not safe. You are not safe if you're down below. Issue is, a lot of these players, they're going to be running low on materials now. They don't have an option to play mid or high ground. They're going to be dropping down layers as they keep running out of resources, and it's just going to be more and more dangerous for Cade and Marine, though. Chemistry is key. Good amount of mats. Both players up. Nice initial connection, but the pressure's on them. Walls being broken, but they're still holding on strong.
The ramp narrowly saving their game right there, defending against that nitro splash push. They just dropped down one layer. Cringe still alive. Malibu and Mustache still finding opportunities, almost uncontested in that middle layer that they're working on. Is Pixie just trying to go ahead and dive into a box, trying to survive, but it's Combeck who takes him down. Great opportunity for him to pick up an elimination and even more placement points.
Nebs, Kiduo, nice little picking. You got to be careful, though. We talked about the danger from being down below. They're in a good layer here, but they're running low on mats. Just 2 more builds for Nebs. Kiduo must be low as well as they're forced to look back now. Alternative routes to find any sort of elimination, any sort of refresh as Combeck is left alone.
Yeah, survival here is going to be huge. Changing layers. Trying to lose his tail as he was getting followed there momentarily. Malibu and Mustache doing wonders, finding another one on the Cade. His teammate already went down, so that's a full duo gone. 6 eliminations so far, and you see their eyes. They looking up. They're waiting for that opportunity to challenge the high ground because they know eventually if they don't, Haris and High Drop will drop down onto them.
FNCS champions showing why they have the respect that they do on the European region. And all of Fortnite competitive itself as they go for this high ground retake. This is a game-winning play.
Yeah, they just took too much damage. Risk, and iDrop's forced to give it up. Malibuka Mustache from almost not even making it to this stage to take an advantage of being in a lobby like this is Ju with just a little bit of HP. He does have one nitro splash, but how he uses it is definitely up to him, and it has to be perfect if he's looking to survive a top 4 of straight dangerous players. Haris is trying to heal off backside of zone. He's going to be the only solo left in the world full of duos.
Malibuka Mustache now. Mustache dropping down, looking to cause commotion on Kiduo and Nebs as the medkit gets popped. Only one more medkit, though, to be put to use. Malibuka, no more heals. He has to find the player healing. He needs to finish it.
Yeah, he doesn't know where he's at. He's looking all around. He's trying to nitro dash his way into the box, but he doesn't find anything. Kiduo and Nebs, 11 eliminations, have figured out a way to sneak that win away from everybody else in the lobby.
What a way to close out the match. Mustache Malibuka had the correct idea there, going for height, overtaking it. The issue was, although they got those eliminations, they did not have any heals to play. They were not aware of where that last player was playing the heal off, and that's exactly why Nebs came out on top.
Yeah, it's not every single game, especially with the nitro splashes, that we are going off to these heal off scenarios. So some players are not prepared. So they take shield just over everything else, and it's just moments like this. Nebs and Kiduo were just finding every opportunity, and even when they didn't answer the door, well, they broke the door down and made themselves a path in. And there goes Malibuki. You see him in the distance going on the hunt, doesn't find anything, and that's going to be a big game victory and a huge amount of momentum for Nebs and Kiduo.
Like, those are the type of heal-offs I got respect for. Kiduo Nebs not only won the match playing the heal off, but they had double-digit eliminations. You saw how ruthless they were looking, going box to box with the nitro, playing together like solid teammates, not getting knocked down a single time. That was a very strong performance to start off the day.
Yeah, but that's only one game. We got 5 more entertaining games to go on the day. We're going to take a quick moment to really take a look at Malibuka and Mustache. That is what is incredible. Malibuka and Mustache have played absolutely perfect in today's games, and I mentioned it throughout the course of that last one, Takata. They didn't really get an opportunity, almost didn't get an opportunity to play in this round. Just 4 spots shy. They squeaked their way in. They got down to to Nebs and Kuduo. You see 11 eliminations, the 65 points, and this right here, Takata, is a moment because they took down one right there on a Kenti, and they just kept looking forward. Nitroed their way into safety, and then this is right here. You keep watching, they find another elimination. Well, we didn't see it there, but they found another elimination shortly after that, which is what they used to get a few more of those med kits, a few more of those materials, which allowed Kuduo to box up right there to safely heal off.
Yeah, I like how Nebs closed it off because Merstash was already on the hunt. He was ready to find that elimination. He knew that Malabuka had no heals and he had to cause disruption down below, but Nebs was one step ahead of the game, positioned himself in a position where he knew they wouldn't find him, and ultimately secured the VR to close it out. But we're gonna go to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll see how that's shaking up things on the leaderboard. So we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to our first qualifying weekend of Major number 3. And what a way to start, Levin, because if you thought that this season was going to be easy, that game should have showed you it's going to be anything but. But of course, we had a fantastic duo coming out on top in that endgame.
Absolutely, man. Kiddo and Nebs are a very new duo. I mean, they made things look easy in a game that wasn't very easy, Mini-Man. I mean, 11 eliminations and so cleanly as well. I think when you look at how they played that, it was quite textbook when you look at both of their play styles. Both of these guys known for being able to frag out on those mid and low ground layers, and they did it just so flawlessly there.
Yeah, 100%. This is a duo that I didn't necessarily have my eyes on going into today. Their placements so far since playing together haven't necessarily been fantastic. They didn't light up the world going into this FNCS weekend. I mean, I'm looking at their opens placement, 346, round 2, 593rd, and then round 3 was 26. So they haven't been absolutely performing like crazy. But in that end game, as you mentioned, the way that they're able to sort of bounce off each other, play these little refreshes really well, it suits their play style. It's the way that they like to play, and they're playing hip to hip really nicely, even getting this medallion here in the end, which just bolsters their ability just to tear through the whole lobby.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily think they were in the best of positions most of the time, but again, it was just in those moments like here where they're just both on each other, both on the same angle, shotguns out, using the nitro really well when needed. Like, they just executed really well when they needed to, and sometimes that is the key to finding success, right? You might make a bad decision, but if you can play out that scenario just as best as you possibly can, you're gonna beat out a lot of people who are making these giga brain rotates and doing what you'd consider the best and most optimal decision in that moment, and they're rewarded for that. So really nice game from them too.
I'd love to ask you boys about the runners-up, though, Mustache and Malibuka, because we were actually having a chat while we were watching the game and going, oh, hang on a second, these guys, they almost didn't even qualify for this week. They had a really bad time of it. And now, Mini Miner, they're coming second.
Yeah, no surprises, though. It's Mustache and Malibuka. It's, the champs themselves, the players that we expect to do well. I don't think anyone is surprised that they're here today. And this is a perfectly played endgame. This is exactly what I expected from this duo. It was a nice zone for them, very close to where they land at Red Line Rig, of course. And I think that medallion, the way that they can play, the way that they can, again, very similar to Nebs and Kidduo, playing off each other, hitting the same person with the shotguns, playing hip to hip, that medallion just enables them to keep their momentum going. They don't have to stop and heal because that medallion heals them up to 75 shield. And we saw that so often, dropping each other the medallion, ensuring that they can get that shield up whenever they need it.
I think one of the keys to their success this game was just how disciplined they were, man. I mean, typically in the past, you would have expected them to have had a game similar to what we just saw from Nebs and Kidduo. Whereas, I saw them sort of in 7th zone, they got a refresh, right? And they're cat mats, they have good loot. And I'm looking at them, I'm thinking, this is going to be a key teller for how these guys are actually playing this season in terms of, can they just be disciplined now? Just play away from the lobby. We don't have to frag out and go super crazy like we know they can. And they did that so well. They played away from the rest of the lobby for the most part in that end game. They got a couple refreshes here and there when needed just to keep them going. And it was just really well played for Mustache and Malibuka. Like, that's a nice end game. Again, the story will just be what happens off spawn for them. Will they keep getting to play games going off spawn against Swizzy and Vanya? But ultimately, man, if they keep getting games like that, they'll be, one of the better teams this season for sure.
A duo that did not make it to the first page of the standings, but certainly look like they're getting warmed up to dominate, is Janice and Pixie as well. Levin, I'm curious of what you thought of their performance. We saw Pixie just trying to hold on for those placement points at the end.
It was so tough. They made such a great rotation on the 9th zone, right? Zone pulls up the cliff towards Brawlers, and they just speeded ahead of everybody, right? Invested a bit of mats just to play it, just make sure they were on top of everybody. It's the right decision. The zone pulls back and they lose their advantage. It was just so unfortunate, man, but they got it next time, I'm sure.
Exactly. Hopefully luck will be on their side as we head into game number 2 with Takata and Jacob Pia.
Games. We just want more games today. And so far, game number 1 was not a disappointment. Just as hype as I thought it was going to be, especially with the addition of these Nitro Splashes, making sure that nobody is safe in any one of these boxes.
Look, I know it's chaos for these players, but it's really fun to watch. I love seeing the commotion that's caused, but you hear the engines on. Battle Bus is ready. Let's get right into game number 2.
We've seen it all shake down after that first game. Nebs and Kuduo sneaking away that win with a great heal-off opportunity. Mustache and Malabuka battling against iDrop and Hariz for the high ground. That was our second and third place teams. So already we're off to a hot start here in this FNCS, and I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon. And looking at some of these players, where everybody's dropping, we got another contested Brutal Beachhead drop between the Major 1 and the Major 2 champions.
I mean, hopefully coming from the last match, they didn't take the VR, but the second place finish with the amount of eliminations they got, it was almost equivalent, even more than just the regular victory royale. But like we said, it's a 50-50. It's whoever picks up that item first, and Vanyak is going to be the one this time around that got the initial shot in. Mustache hasn't gone down yet, though. Malabuka dropped to 5 HP. Mustache as well, close in HP, but now with Vanyak having a med kit, his teammate having taken out Malabuka, this is just gonna be incredibly difficult for Mustache, Jacob. I'm trying to think like what he can do here, but wait a minute.
Yeah, the combat right now is gonna be his best friend along with distance, but Vanyak just hitting haymaker after haymaker to start this game. Doesn't need the Nitro Fist to throw those punches and really make them matter. And it's basically a 1-to-1 between the Major 1 and Major 2 champions here off spawn. And now they're going to go and get all that loot, the mythic combat and the medallion that gives you unlimited Nitro boost.
I'm not going to lie, when I saw Mustache had a shield there and he had his combat, I said, wait a minute. I've got a bit of faith. He might be able to make something happen, but unfortunately, it did not go his way. Yanis, though, 2 elims on the board. Once again, coming out on top here at Brawlers Battlegrounds. 2-0. We can see how it came to be. Nice quick shots connecting. His duo did get dropped down, but the 2 elims were secured. No Aureli, though. What's gone wrong here? Looks like it's a 1 versus 1.
He's counter popping the Nitro just in case. That's one of the only clear-cut ways I feel like you can defend against the Nitro. Nitro on Nitro. This is going to be Aqua here going up against Frack in the 1v1 situation. He doesn't have the Nitro, and that's exactly what we're looking at in situations like that. And he just gets taken down a mile in the sky all the way back to the lobby. That's one of those exciting moments that we're talking about.
I was scared for a moment because I thought Ace Frack was also going to get eliminated by Aqua in the sky. Imagine he takes him out in the sky and then gets Elim to fall damage. That would have been a sight to see, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up happening. Gotta be careful. Nitro doesn't just take down walls. It takes you to the clouds as well. Let's see here. Restored reels. Looks like for 9 is looking to hide a little bit, but for how long?
Yeah, both of these teams in that last round. Lens and Tidy getting 39th. Della and Fanayan barely squeaking in, what, a 49th? And this is going to be a huge battle. The implications are so important to trying to keep the game alive, and Della's going to win one. He's actually going to get both of those eliminations, making it easier for Fanayan to survive there.
Somehow was able to get out of the situation as comeback for Hawa now. Gonna be the aggressors this time around. The small little shack was their home base, but with the Nitro activated, quickly turning the tables around as Hawa almost got cracked. Good news is comeback incredibly healthy, able to kind of slow things down, pace out this engagement a bit more as just one more big shot needs to be connected here for Comeback to come out on top. But you got to be careful as it's getting all close and personal now. Perhawa's gone down. It's changed it to a 1 versus 2. There's a third party coming through as well. Comeback needs to get out of here.
Yeah, that fourth party even saw him. Somebody didn't get their invitation, and they're not happy that the party went on without him, so they're going to crash it nonetheless. Comeback trying to stay alive, and there's only so much you can do. Is that a bird? Is that a play? No, it's just an elimination that I'm going to grab.
That is tragic. I wonder how you counter that. I mean, you can place a ramp and a wall and maybe you won't get launched this high, but there's so much going on. It's honestly quite difficult. We'll see what choices these players make now, as I think, yeah, no longer taking the engagement. Well, with that amount of damage, it might just be worth it now, but they know that there's other duos in the surrounding area. They know it's a little risky. There's even spare loot. They've gotten their 2 elims. They've gotten their damage, so what they're looking for now is just extra.
It was really going to look like it was going to go one way, and then just everybody just pounced into the box. 500 and Artis trying to stay alive, and Artis goes down. Nitro's into the box, 80 onto the first player. He dashes right out yet again, changes layers to make sure that they don't know exactly where he's at, but they see him trying to dive away. That's Della again for Nyan. They're just trying to go fight after fight, try to pick up the pace, and they pick up a couple more eliminations.
Will they be able to get out? Does have the water of sticks to grant them the dashes. I don't know how I feel about that wall. It's a good safety, but if he was getting chased, they'd know he was healing there. Good news is he's not, so we're back to Moppy and Kiro. There was another duo on this hill, actually, in the last match. I'm forgetting who it was, but a similar rotate. It was CZB Nathan, actually. And you can see there they are right behind them. But it looks like they weren't the first ones to get here this time around. It's Moppy Kiro now, so I don't know how long they'll be holding them and kind of taking pop shots back and forth, but you know both these duos want to take that launch pad, so it's kind of just like a waiting game at the moment.
I'd say it's kind of up to CZB and Nathan how long they want to stay in this position. Because the players up top of the mountain, they can wait all the way up until zone comes in. They have the Flowberry Fizz. They can do a very, very long launch pad. But CZB and Nathan, they're at the mercy of other players rotating around them. And you see the pressure that they're putting on. They're trying to break the brick before Nathan can actually farm it. Kind of thinking outside of the box. And there goes the Nitro Splash for CZB and Nathan to try to create some distance between them and Kiro and his teammate on top of that mountain, which is actually important. You want to get there quick because they can kind of keep track of you with that launch pad.
Tarps now. Gonna be forced to make some tarps here if he wants to come out on top, though. Nitro put to good use, dropping down Flixie. No longer time to heal. You don't get a lot of space to breathe in this current meta. You have to play extra aggressive, but if you're unable to connect those initial shots, you might just not be able to come out on top. Medkit started, quickly stopped. 36 HP, now down to 0. As Vico and Flixie are out of game 2.
Yeah, struggles continue. They got 20th in that last game. They started it on 16 points. And unfortunately, going down in 37th without elimination is going to just be hard. With 4 more games left, there's definitely a possibility to come back, but now you're really going to be put to the test in week 1 to see what you can come out and do. Voco and Cringe, 42 points after that first game. Looking pretty good so far. They got a 9th place. They got 4 eliminations. They're kind of looking at that slow and steady wins the race type thing.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. Medkit's being traded. Cringe actually led all players with 1,900 damage in game 1. That's impressive, Jacob, especially seeing how much Kiduo and Nebs were fragging out in the late game. Cringe still had more damage, so he was doing something right.
They do have the blueprint knowing how to get victory royales as well. In round 3, they had 3 separate wins with almost 35 plus eliminations in those wins. So they're no strangers to getting their hands dirty when they need to. As we switch on to almost the other side of the map yet again, Swizzy Vanyak. They don't have to rotate far. Very, very similar to game 1, or at least in this zone where they can kind of hunker down, try and get surge. But not everybody feels that same safety as iDrop breaks into the box. Nitro Splash, but he's going to almost go down for it. It's actually going to be a trade overall. Griff is doing what he can to try to answer back, but he doesn't have Nitro Splash of his own. But what he does have is an opportunity to try to fight Riss, who takes him down with 26 HP left.
Those are some huge eliminations from Riz, but right when you feel the happiness, the terror comes right after. Chaptini, we talked about them. This is an incredibly powerful duo. Finished 2nd place in the qualifiers, making it to today. But now, after those back-to-back Cash Cup finishes, the Boom Bolt was removed from their drop spot at the Nitro Dome. Are they still capable of doing a good job? Are they still capable of leading the pack here on EU? That's the big question.
They didn't really get any points in game 1, so it's basically going to be the start of their journey here. And if they could have the same performances as they were having before to get up into this point in the performance evaluation cups, that game 1, 0 points won't necessarily matter, but it's all about how you pick up the pace from this game onward. Fortnite and Della know just that. Not the best game one. They've certainly picked up their own pace, speeding things up. They already have 5 eliminations. And as soon as they find Toos, who's trying to dash away somewhere else, that's going to be their 6th elimination of the game so far. And almost a free Surge Tower if they want to backtrack to it.
That's a great position to be in, actually. Wow, wait a minute. 6 eliminations already, too? Hold on. What have we missed here, Jacob? For 9 Della. Starting off looking like they could take over the elimination record of the day. So many duos as well in the surrounding area. 4 colas to work with. You said it yourself, they're going to go right back to their surge base. They don't have to do anything aggressive anymore. As Yanis and Pixie, 6 nitro splashes and even more left over.
I feel like the variation of heals this season allows for a lot of flexibility in the duo. You got the Cola for Giannis, which gets a little bit of HP, mostly use it for shields. You can kind of cap off the rest with the Flowberry Fizz, and obviously their Nitro Splashes. I would imagine Pixie has medkits in his inventory, maybe some big pots or minis to kind of round off the rest of those heals, and then you kind of have that flex. Both can carry Nitro Splashes, or you can have an extra item slot or weapon slot. So I like what we're seeing coming out of both of those guys and really putting it to use.
Taking a look once again, Chaptini looks like they weren't done with their momentum as they got themselves into another risky situation here. Both players now in zone, but it looks like they're still not done as they start building up. Are their opponents going to fight back? Are they going to box up? It's normally not the best play to box up in this current meta, as you can get surprised quite easily. And there it is. Quickly realize, you know, maybe we shouldn't take this engagement. There is the River of Sticks, so they can get those dashes by dipping their toes in that water, but taking a fight when you have to rotate might not be the best idea this time around.
Yeah, and some people might be asking, why did they run back in the zone? Why did they run deeper in the zone? Chapatini have their eyes set on the bunker, opened up, see what scraps they can get out of that one. And you see the other side of the map, Moran and Cade doing the same exact thing, fighting for these bunkers outside of the zone. There's going to be heals, especially if you actually have some more, and it allows you to kind of get the rest of your loadout if you don't have it. And with all that gold, it allows you to add some of those attachments, whether you want an extra couple shots in your Gatekeeper, an extra couple shots in your Thunderburst, or maybe just a quicker reload. The choice is yours.
This is a good place to be inside the zone for a bunker because a lot of natural launch pads on that snowy side of the map, and even in the more southern sides now with those nitro portals, you can also get your way into zone quickly. And with the River of Sticks as well, I mean, every location in this map has its own kind of unique natural environmental mobility, so you don't get punished as hard for staying inside of zone in this current meta. Yanis Pixie, though, once again, another fight here. 3 elims on the board for Yanis. Playing safe, even though he does have that HP and shield advantage.
I feel like it's almost perfect communication. Yanis looking like he was taking 1. Pixie was taking 1. As soon as Pixie won his, Yanis slowed down, waited for the numbers to kind of catch up. And now they're just nitroing in through these boxes in a 2v1 scenario. Stairs blocking him off, but it's only buying a few seconds of time. He gets tossed off the side of that one. Luckily, he lands into water. Gets distracted by a whole nother team trying to make their way in, but they get Pixie weak, which means Yanis is going to have to figure out a way to reunite, buy some time, and that is a perfect way to buy time, but he's nitro into the box, causing chaos, but Yanis is not backing down. They get the knock all together. This is perfection at its finest coming out of Yanis and Pixie to try to survive the nitro splashes.
That huge 164 shot to take over his opponent. Now Art Skill forced to run away with just a sliver of HP left. Yanis Pixie, they're going to be feeling good after that one, Jacob. Medkit going to be popped here, recuperate their HP, make their way back into zone. They can play full on the uncongested side here. They don't have to get quite centered. They can play extremely safe, avoiding all contact if it's what they want to do. Vortex and his duo, though. Ooh, no more duo, actually. Glubski has been taken out.
If he has the... Oh, no heals. Ugh, I was trying to formulate some sort of a theory for him to survive, get Glubshi back into the game, but without very much HP, which he doesn't have any in his inventory, and he lacks some as well. He's at 77. I was going to say scrap together some HP, use the launch pad, go deep into zone if you have the reboot card, but Vortex is definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to decide what he's going to do here, especially if he's not able to find any heals that's left behind on Rift Island.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But anything's possible here. You can see how many builds have been placed, the amount of action that went down on that Rift Island. His opponent, though, is going to bring Ju back into the game. But it looks like a duo might not let that slide so easily. Quickly, though, tables do turn without even losing too much HP. Still 64 shield, 100 HP with that elimination on the board. It's now even turned into a 2 versus 1.
He's going for the revive, but he does have the nitro splashes still, so it's not going to take long for him to break into the box. I think Mappy heard it at the last second. In comes Ju, fresh off the reboot, trying to disrupt this fight as much as possible. Even if he has just a little bit of a pistol, that's enough to break through some of the builds. They're not slowing down just yet. Another nitro splash. They know they have to seal the deal, but Mappy playing defensive. That's a nice shot to back down Asa. Buy him some time. He goes on the offensive, trying to clean it up, but that's what's going to do him in altogether. Valiant effort coming out of him trying to fight back from that, but Asa and Ju just expertly played, especially since they were the ones getting that reboot.
Kind of issue for not going in together there, trying to cancel the reboot a little too early. Caused them to go in one at a time almost. Quickly turned it into a 1 versus 1, so great job for Asa and capitalizing on that situation. Ju, though, we can see how he was able to take out Webski initially. And this is where it kind of all went wrong for Kiro and Mappy.
I just think right now, because of that first fight, if he would have just landed at least 180 damage overall instead of the 36 that he landed, that would have been a whole different story. That shot, when he pushed in, would have actually got the elimination. And that just goes to show, when you're close to quarters like that and the nitro splash comes in and it breaks the box, it causes a lot of disruption into the game plan. It bumps you back. It forces you to miss a shot, and that's a perfect example of that.
Gotta stay locked in. Gotta stay locked in. Marius, Sangild were playing very aggressive in the previous match. I almost always saw them in a fight. There wasn't a lot of times where they were just rotating and playing kind of more towards zone. So they might have changed the pace up a little bit here. Is this another one for Asa? Art skill now. What a way to come back.
It's unfortunate because that's art skill. He was still weak from, remember when he ran away from that first fight. I believe it was Chap and Teeny, or maybe Yanis and Pixie that he was fighting against before. They took down his teammate Fire Hunter, and eventually he gets found out. Top 30 situation. Seeing the Nitro ring boost along with the Flowberry Fizz covers so much distance, allows you to slide. You quickly bunny hop yet again, and look at that. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away. They're at the Nitrodrome in zone.
It's what I was saying, Jacob.
Wow.
Every time I see Marius, every time I see Sangild, they're fighting. And once again, living up to that theory. But this time it is not going their way. All it's going to take is one Nitro into the box, as now Marius is forced to try and escape this situation. But with 2 players hunting him down like prey, how far will he be able to make it?
Yeah, everybody's kind of stacked on that side. Chapatini just go into the dead end underneath. Finish the elimination onto Toos. Quickly going to be able to get that revive back up. They have to be careful. There is a team positioned right above them. And there's only one way up and out of that one. And it's right into Karma and reverses hands. EMP going out, but that's going to be a fake. They quickly jump right back down. And now it's a waiting game. 137 damage above the threshold. They're quickly falling below it. They can only stay here for so long. And they're actually going to quickly try to rotate to zone. Maybe get some shots elsewhere or try to gatekeep Teeny and Chap out.
Take a look at the map. At the bottom right, zone has pulled far, so they can play the waiting game, but it might not be the best decision when you need to rotate to get the zone. You can see now some players choosing to do it quickly right off the start. Almost no duos currently inside of the zone here, as it did pull a bit southeast. However, the rotates are coming through, and for the duos that are already boxed up now, it's going to give them a bit more freedom to kind of look around and take shots at these players rotating in.
I like that ramp that Ju put in there because it's going to stop them from being able to break in and still allow him to fire a shot right back. So little things in a meta that is this chaotic that really makes the difference. We saw some players defending the Nitro, landing crucial shots, ending up on top, and then little edits to your stairs like that, trying to give you as much of an edge as possible. And just like you said, not too many teams in the zone just yet. The majority still has a rotation to cover. Vanyak and Swizzy is going to be one of them, but luckily for them, almost 600 above the damage threshold. Surge is not necessarily their worry.
Neither is materials, as you can see, almost full maxed out, especially with that elimination now. Spare materials, actually, that they can even use to build their fortress if this is the position they want to keep inside this zone. Although it is going to be the most congested side, as all the duos are going to be rotating right towards where they're currently boxed up. So it might be smart if they want to play it safe, seeing that they already have more than enough damage to kind of get a bit deeper into zone here. But at this point, it's already so late that any type of rotation can be risky. This also seems like their whole tarp, so they already got their base made.
Wow, they just beamed through the box. Didn't really stand a chance. And that's just a smart play. You know, they know that it's eventually, if it pulls up over that mountain, they are already going to need some elevation, so why not proactively prepare? Also get a line of sight in that distance. This is Yanis Flixie. 6 eliminations so far. 1,400 damage above that threshold. What Storm Surge? They don't have to worry about it from here on out. They just got to worry about the rotations. And it's going to be quite a doozy when it comes to rotations, because they're one of the farthest pulls in the entire lobby, and they have to go up a little bit of a mountain into some duos.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting rotate. Banyak, I wonder what happened here. This is incredibly low. It might have been the engagement against Karma, but he's going to get knocked down. Swizzy now. Just doing all the work here as Vanyak heals up. Both players now looking like they have game-winning loadouts with the amount of damage they've stacked up as well. All they have to do is play consistent here, and we should see an incredible finish from this duo.
Yeah, it almost looks like them and Malibuca trading jobs. Whoever wins off fight has the best chance to make it deep into that game. So important to be able to save a lot of those shields, as Della and Fenai are going to be the first team to try to take over that high ground. They have it for now, but they have to wait and see where this next zone pulls, so they're planning accordingly. And what a shot from Della on the Fire Hunter, looking around the lobby. And this is what happens. Just quickly look towards the backside of the zone, where every player has to make a mad dash to try to find safety.
Put to sleep. Haris and iDrop were the players that tried taking height first moving zone in the last game. Now it's going to be for Nine Della. We'll see where this zone does end up pulling, though. Is it going to pull towards them? Is it going to pull far? They're almost kind of centered enough where no matter where it pulls, they can technically make their way there, except for the place. So I thought it pulled to the opposite side is where they were building towards, which was the furthest side, but looks like they got a nice little zone to stay up above. So hopefully they can maintain that positioning. For Trulex and Chicho, though, they know someone's in there. They see his outfit. And good night, Jew. Unfortunately, not much you can do there.
Yeah, and you've seen the late game switch up. Both of them at one point or another had the DMRs. Chicho finds that Thunderburst down below, switches on out. Close range combat, you're going to need much more than those actual DMRs. Fenai and Della, they're up top. They have to be careful. One team waiting in the wings, just one layer below. And we've already seen it happen in game one, where a late challenge for that high ground had costed the team up there. Haris and I dropped everything in terms of winning it. Still able to scrape together a top 3, so not bad overall. Positioning is Yanis Pixie. Slow and steady wins the race. They don't need damage. It's all about picking the right rotation. They're trying to catch out Chap and Teeny on their rotate. They know they have the damage there. Nitro Splash coming out, and they're just trying to rotate their way to safety.
Trying to make something happen here. 7 on the board as they look to chop out height. It's Vanyak Swizzy with this loadout. This is the duo that has potential to do it. They're still a little too far below, though. They'd have to go up a bit more layers if they do want to do a full-on retake here. You got to be careful, though, Swizzy. Almost boxed up now. Down to just 5 shield left over. It's going to be forced to recuperate here. Good news is he has grouped up with Vanyak. They're together now. Going to trade that medallion, recuperate shield.
Yeah, instantly seeing him knowing the situation his teammate was in, drops it on over. Pixie, everybody's just getting tossed upside down above the map all around. Yan is trying to survive, especially by himself. Pixie gets lost. That's Marine who's able to get that elimination. A good amount of loot as well, but the piece control is on Yanis' flavor. He's going to start the heal off just a little bit early, try to get together a couple more placement points, very, very similar as he did in game 1.
So many medkits in the inventory. Also for Swizzy with 3. If Swizzy's able to retake high ground here with the amount of medkits they have, with the amount of materials and loot, they should just be able to close off this match. It's all going to come down to if they're able to take out the team on height or not. Cade Marine down below. We talked about it in the previous match. Being on the low ground is incredibly dangerous with the Nitro splashes put to play. Look above, though. Vanyak in a battle. Swizzy has already taken out one. Last player eliminated as well. They've taken height, Jacob. Now they just have to close it out.
Yeah, they tried to Nitro splash on back, but it was just too late. Vanyak and Swizzy already did too much damage to their opponents. Now they have full control, immediately putting it to use. Look down. They not only get down Kenty, they take down Cool. They're just taking names left and right, adding it to their list of eliminations. It's Chicho. He's just trying to heal off outside his zone. A couple extra placement points are huge. We're now into the top 9, where half of the placement points in the entirety of the game are now at. Oh my God.
A lot more medkits put into play this time around. Marine not missing a single shot, as now he's popped the medkit. I'm not sure if he has time to get another one off, though. Only 3 players down below in the zone, the rest of them in the storm.
Yep, there's only one duo. One duo left in this lobby. It's Swizzy, it's Vanyak. They're looking down. They're terrorizing everybody underneath. Chicho is going to be the next player in their line of sight. He's just getting forced deeper and deeper towards the zone, rotating next to a couple of those other solos. Doesn't even have the Nitro Splash to get out of a tough spot if it comes down to it.
Right now, Flowberry Fizz is going to be what's ended up popped here. Still no medkits to tank the zone. Vanyak Swizzy somehow, in the blink of an eye, went to 13 eliminations after they took height, claiming the record for today, but they're not even done yet. 4 more opponents for this duo still up, trying to plan out how they're going to finish it off. Medkits getting traded. 6 total medkits for Swizzy. It looks like Vanyak is going to be the one that's going to drop below, get a piece of that action. Can he close it off?
Yeah, he's going to play Disruptor. You know the win's already sealed. Now it's all about the clips. It's all about the highlights. Chicho goes down. He goes back to back. 15 eliminations for Vanyak and Swizzy. From the Major 2 champions, they just dominated everybody.
Look, we had a feeling, even just going into that end game before the moving zone started, you could look at their loadout, you could look at their materials, you could even just look at their confidence from this duo. They wanted to come out on top. All they had to do was take height at the perfect time, and you can see that's exactly what they did when they took out for 9.
Yeah, and they just didn't do it on a whim either. Multiple times they were on that mid layer. They were trying to focus upward, shoot towards the top. We saw them get Nitro pushed into the box multiple times, but they still remained consistent and true to their plan. Look up at height late into the game, pop the Nitro Splash if they try to outbuild us, and just fight them for the win. Swizzy and Vanyak, you got to go ahead and look at this team as one of the teams to have a chance to maybe repeat this major and let that top 10 global champion spots trickle down to maybe top 11, top 12 to see who else makes it in.
They got to be careful of the early game, though. They're getting contested. They got non-stop action with European Titans. So as we've seen, whoever gets out of that spawn ends up doing very well in the late game. So it's almost more important on how they play out the early game. But let's break down a little bit of how they were able to secure that victory royale. It wasn't just the aggression going into the late game, Jacob, but also choosing when to take height. They weren't looking at it in the initial moving zones. They were chopping it down a little bit, applying pressure, but they weren't even looking above too much. They were just staying calm, staying collected, and waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike, which was the second to last moving zone. And once they secured height, I mean 6 medkits, Jacob, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, especially in this zone here where everybody down below is either worried about getting Nitro splashed into their box or doing it to somebody else. So there's really no chance for anybody to look up. And this came the final moments. Vanyak, we knew he was gonna be the huge disruptor for the team. He goes down, finds out Chicho, finds that second elimination, and takes the game. 15 eliminations. Why am I so surprised when I probably shouldn't be at this stage?
I mean, it's what you expect from players at this caliber, but that's definitely shaking up the leaderboard. So we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be right back to the desk to break it all down.
Well, it might be a new meta, but Swizzy and Banyak are here to prove that their Season 2 win was by no means a fluke. 48th in Game 1, but taking the Victory Royale in Game number 2. And Mini Miner, from the start, really, it was the perfect game for these guys.
Yeah, it was. I mean, these guys, Wings, I thought might have been their carry last season, but no Wings. The party's still here. It's all good. Swizzy and Banyak are still a team to be and a force to be reckoned with as well. The way they took height here was really nice. They actually used the Flowberry Fizz to get up, get a little bit of a sneak attack onto Fenyain and Della, who actually hold it really well throughout that endgame until that moment. And of course, then from here on out, Levin, it's just easy pickings up on height. They had medkits. They seemed so secure up there. There was absolutely no doubt as soon as they got to this position.
I mean, in the words of my good friend, Coach Harry, these guys are the real deal. I mean, if you didn't figure that out last season, you know, where you've been sleeping, but these guys just pop off in a way that is just mesmerizing to watch on height, man. I mean, you know, 15 limb game from them. Of course, I mean, the story with them this season, sort of like what I said earlier with Malibuca and Mustache, are we just going to get the chance to see them play out these games very often? Two top teams contesting each other. It's a rough one, but when they do get a chance to play, they are magnificent.
I'm really curious to see what happens if we do get the fist put back into play with these two. I feel like they're going to just be reinventing the meta as the season goes on. It's really exciting to watch. However, I did mention earlier they came 48th in Game number 1, and that is because they have got a hot duo to take on at their red line off spawn, and that is, of course, Mustache and Malibuca, Mini Miner.
Yeah, I mean, this is Major 1 champs against Major 2 champs contesting each other off spawn this season. It is truly a spectacle. And so far, Levin, we have a 50-50. Of course, first game, Malibuca and Mustache, they ended up winning off spawn, coming second overall in that game. This time, Swizzy and Banyak, they come out on top, of course, taking out Mustache and Malibuca, and they end up winning. So it kind of begs the question, who is better off spawn? Who is going to be the better team going into the late game when they do make it off spawn? Which duo would you say you'd back in terms of that position?
Well, for me, I think I'm gonna have to go with Banyak and Swizzy. It's like, if you're looking at like which team would you rather have coming out of Redline Rig this season? I'm gonna have to go with Banyak and Swizzy. I mean, it feels wrong, you know, because me, you know me, I'm a bit of a nostalgia merchant. So Malibuca and Mustache, they got a bit more history in the region. You know, I got a bit more of a bond with them. But Banyak and Swizzy, they've just been undeniable this season, man. I think, of course, both teams top players. It's funny because I think I used the example last season, and I'll say it again here. Banyak and Swizzy look like a high ground version of prime Malibuca and Mustache. It's like what those guys used to do on mid and low ground, where they would just wipe out everything they saw. That's sort of what these guys are doing on height a lot of the time now, the past couple seasons. So I think I'd lean towards them, but Mali and Mustache still gonna, you know, outshine most people on their day.
Mini Miner, go on. Who are you saying?
Well, you know what? I like to be different here. You know, I'm going to say Malibuca and Mustache, and I think we might see them ahead of Swizzy and Banyak here. That game was a really nice game for Swizzy and Banyak, no doubt, right? They were able to take height. The way they took it was really good, but I'm not sure because the consistency that Malibuca and Mustache are going to be able to have on those mid to low ground layers, we saw it in game number 1 there, as you mentioned, Levin, the ability to not just hop in boxes, the ability to not just go for those crazy pre-edits that we've seen them do before. They have that aspect to their game. They have that maturity to think, right, we have all we need. We don't even need heals because of that medallion. We have unbelievable fragging power with that incredible combat assault rifle. I think they're a team that we shouldn't count out here because they're so prominent and prolific in those end games, yet so reserved when they need to be.
I think the moral of the story here is CIS regions winning. They're on top.
That is true, but Mini Miner, you make a compelling argument, but I don't 100% believe that you actually believe that. I think that you're just being contrarian, and actually you're thinking Swizzy and Banyak are going to be dominating those Osborne battles as the day goes on. And also, Levin, you don't get to call yourself a nostalgia merchant. Imagine you were just 22 years old anyway.
In the Fortnite world, that's very old.
It's very old, yeah.
Looking back at Game 2, yeah, let's not talk about that. I've talked myself into a hole there, backed myself into a corner. But looking earlier into Game 2, Janice and Pixie actually getting really far ahead with their surge, having a nice game, but it still didn't quite work out for Janice. The luck wasn't in his favour, and again, we saw ourselves witnessing a soloist trying to clutch on for dear life, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, look, both of them, we know they have that ability, so hopefully we can see them stick together and play it out.
Well, we're going to see another duo who've stuck together through thick and thin and have created a nostalgia trip of their own. They are Takata and Jacob Diaz. Let's head to them for game number 3.
Thanks, Frankie. That we have. Look, maybe we got to get some games in as well, Jacob. You know, we could be showing up here on EU. I mean, probably not to the level we're seeing today, but as quickly as that, the battle bus is ready. Let's get right into game 3.
You know, I'm liking the sound of that, Takata. We've been all over, from NA West, now over to EU. If these pro players can change regions, why can't we? Let me get a fair crack at the whip, as Frankie would say. We see Brutal Beachhead yet again. Does it look a little uncontested this time around to you?
No way, right?
I think we got a little... Who's backing down? Which champion is backing down out of that fight?
What happened to never give up, huh?
Okay,
never back down.
Whoa.
I think I see what happened, Jacob.
Wrong POI is what happened. It was red line rig. We got triple contested now. Aqua and Noah say, you know what? They're having too much fun over there. I want to have some of that fun. Let me join the party.
Well, this is going to be difficult. Malabuka Merstash quickly saw the danger, decided, okay, we probably shouldn't land for the higher elevated area, normally where they will take that 50-50, as it gives you the best chance to come out on top at this POI. But Noah Rayleigh and his duo didn't do it either, so now Vanyak and Swizzy have just claimed it off the bat. And this is gonna be a tough one for Merstash and Malabuka.
Yeah, especially battling back from the low ground. They're a little bit late to the fight. If they're already doing that boss fight, they could be able to end it quick. And it does look like they're already being interrupted by multiple third-party shots coming that direction, denying Malabuka an opportunity to try to gain any bit of elevation. As soon as Swizzy and Vanyak, they got the boss, they got the medallion and the loot that they came for, they are out of there. They'd rather survive than take a meaningless fight early on in the game.
Yeah, and to be fair, with the last match they had, good call. It's all about consistency here now. They are playing for series points to qualify them to either the upper bracket or lower bracket of the semifinals, so the more points, the better. But for Yanis here, not looking so hot this time around.
Team's kind of reading my mind. I saw Pixie go down. We immediately jump on the fight. 2 straight battles over towards Brawler Battlegrounds going their way. And eventually, Bad Sniper and Kyrie put up a good fight. They take him down. Now they have a chance. Because all you need is that one big game to put you in contention towards the top side of the leaderboard.
This is the first game that Yanis has not been victorious off spawn. But look what happened here with Noah Rayleigh. They switched up their drop. But now something's gone wrong. It wasn't even any of the duos that were dropping at Brawlers. But looks like right now, the duo partner of Noah is getting put down by Merstash and Malabuka. But my question is, Swizzy, Vanyak, we saw them rotate out. How far did they go? As Malabuka's gonna get dropped down.
He just got beamed. I'm even surprised by what just happened. Merstash by himself. He does have the nitro splashes. He does have a lot of space as well to work with. And then he has a semi kind of double pump with the Gatekeeper and that Deagle. He can kind of switch them, land a couple big shots. The first one's going to get fired. That's going to do wonders for Merstash and his confidence. Tries to break into the box, has to be careful. Almost gets boxed up himself, but that nitro splash is doing so many great things for Merstash in terms of offensive and defensive tries to try to get to the box. And he finally goes down, but he goes down fighting at least.
This is tricky, Jacob, because game 1, only wary, Swizzy Vanyak. They had their 50-50. Malabuka Merstash came up on top, got second place. Good start to the tournament. Game 2, they went up right off the spawn. No points added. And now in game 3, triple contested once again. Barely any points added to the leaderboard. It's just all coming down to the early game for this duo. And I'm not really sure what they can change up at this point.
It's a team that we've seen kind of go through a few struggles so far today. And most of those struggles came at the hands of low ground and nitro splashes, getting kind of jumped on in little fights like this. Luckily for them, the team that was right above them, putting a lot of that attention on them, is going to rotate on out, try to get us a better spot in zone. There is still one more very, very close and nearby, but they have their eyes set on this team here, Easy and Akira.
Cade Marine now in quite the congested area here. Gonna have to be careful as there are more duos in their surroundings here, so the third-party potential is quite high. But if they're able to finish this engagement quickly, could be more than enough. That's exactly what the Nitro Splashes are going to help with, as now the build's going to get broken down. Box going to get broken into. Quick shot connected as well. That's a knock now. 2v1, as you can see. Even if they take out this last player at the mini-map bottom right, there's another duo that's wondering, should we join the party?
Cade and Mariah are actually playing pretty consistent. First place so far. A new duo to this season. Cade's former duo Dioxy went and played with Archie. So there's just a lot of duos swapping this season, no matter what region you're on. And so far, that might look like a blessing in disguise for Cade. And that team, they just didn't know how weak Cade and Marine actually were. That would have been a great opportunity for them to try to push in, catch him off guard, especially if they were able to get some Nitro Splashes, but they just thought a little bit too much, hesitated for a little bit too long, and that's going to be it for them. It's going to be it for Teeny as well, as he gets taken down, pushed off the side. It's like one of those pulls, and he just took him out.
We were talking about in the last match, Marius Sangilt. Love action. A lot of fans on socials like seeing them fight, but it's kind of led to their demise in the previous matches, as Karma and his duo partner are going to be the ones that come out on top in that engagement.
Thinking for how long, but they do have some med kits. And just at that mountaintop, right there in the background, they do have a launch pad as well, but in that path, it's going to be Marius and Sangild, so they do have to be careful as they do rotate in towards zone. At least we know who got one of the two forecast towers for Marius and Sangild. Not sure if they got in any other previous games so far, but this is going to help them so much in terms of their rotates, because when we've seen them go down, Takata, a lot of the time, it's usually because they're stuck at the side of zone, trying to rotate in, down on Surge, or even another team that is down on Surge tries to aggress onto them. With this forecast tower, what I'm hoping is they can stay ahead of the game and pick better spots for themselves to try to position themselves in later in this game.
Ooh, nice shot from Marius. It's huge to hit your quick or high damage pump shots when you can. You can see how quickly, too, they're moving through these builds. Look what Chicho's built up here by the forecast tower, though. This is an interesting base. A lot of cones. I remember, you know, last season they were making use of bush bombs to kind of blend in. Chicho said, you know what, I'm just going to place a few cones here.
These types of bases, something Chicho and Trulix have been doing for a couple majors now, giving them as big of a vantage site, as much information as possible around the lobby. Obviously, a thermoscope helps just a little bit being able to see your opponents. And then Trulix, most of the time down below in certain situations, probably farming up, looking elsewhere. This time they're going to have a strength in numbers. It's Flixie and Vico. They end up already with 2 eliminations off spawn, surviving, and they're trying to make up for it with a nice elimination game here, but Vico gets separated. Flixie with just a sliver of HP. He has to try to figure out a way to reunite and alleviate some of the pressure that he's feeling right now, but you can kind of hear the damage coming out from Flixie. No shields on Marine. Vico's ready to finish that one off. There goes the first knock. Nitro Splash is making it easy for him to reunite, and he's not going to stop just there. They want this second elimination on Cade, and they want it now.
They're not done. Other Nitro Splash put to good use now. Drops down. 32-32 actually. Gonna finish it off. It was 37, but still a great way to finish those eliminations. 3 on the board for Vico, 1 for Flixie. I'm liking to see this duo perform. Hopefully, they can get a big end game here, though.
Yeah, and they just took down Cade and Marine. First place by 9 points. We already know Swizzy and Vanyak survived, so that's not going to be hard for them to overtake if they can just make it into placements. As Focus and Belusi, they get that 1 elimination onto Karma. We saw them so deep into zone. We saw them already get 1 elimination, but that was the kind of wonder that I had, because they had so much distance to cover. How many more duos will they run into and be forced to fight because they don't have Surge?
That's the big question. Belusi and Focus. They do have 2 colas. They got 4 Nitro Splashes just for Belusi. With 1 elim, 4 points on the board. They're going to want to get a big game here. Zone has pulled quite far as well, so good news is they finished this engagement off quite quickly, so now they kind of can choose where they want to go, but they're being cautious. I feel like they know that there was duos surrounding them, so they're not sure if they're kind of waiting for them or not, but you can kind of assume that when the zone pulls so far, they're not going to wait too long for you, so they should have a pretty free rotate back. For Trulex and Chicho, though, already inside of the zone, can focus a bit more on replenishing those materials, making sure they're incredibly healthy for the rest of this mid game.
You said healthy. They said, wait, hold that 1 second. Flixie, he's going to have to do it by himself. Vico's already down, and he's getting chipped away as he tries to gain elevation. And what he's doing is just trying to get away from the possibility of exactly that happening. Nitroing into the box. That's Nathan and CZB. If he's going to continue going up, well, we're going to bring him on down. And this is the opportunity to try to end it right here, right now. And they do so with ease. Flixie's down. Vico already out. And now they gain control of the entire bunker with that Storm Surge that they just got.
What a way to get the job done. As now, once again, another duo that, like you said, can not only get the bunker, can also play time here and figure out how they want to get their rotate towards zone. Let's take a look at Swizzy Vanyak. After Murstache Malabuka have been taken out once again, these could be the leaders of this third match. Haris and iDrop were the duos that tried taking height in the first game. But what we've seen from Swizzy and Vanyak isn't that initial height take in the end game. It's more waiting for the right moment to strike. And you can see with the loadout they have, the amount of materials they have. They're planning to do a similar game plan here as the previous match.
Yeah, with first place already down and out of this game, all they need is a top 20 first. Obviously, you want more than that. And that'll be the new first place leaders in Swizzy and Vanyak. Not much more for them to do. They got early game surge. And now they're just running around the lobby, just trying to figure out where they're going to position themselves out. I would imagine it's not a ton of surge, though, Takata, because they did disengage out of that contested fight that they were fighting in the first 2 games. It's all about picking and choosing where those opportunities are. And it does look like Ace Frack is trying to pick his own opportunity here. Heard some shots from Kyrie and Bad Sniper, and now he's sneaking up. If he has the Nitro Splash, which he does, this is going to be a perfect opportunity for him to catch that team off guard and get into the box before they know it.
Sneaky plays are always so fun to watch, especially now with the Nitro Splashes. You can just constantly apply pressure. You can see Bad Sniper so close now, but I think they've just seen him. The sneaky play has not worked out this time around. Just leading to a full box. Didn't even get a shot off on Kyrie or Bad Sniper. Just a straight up annihilation. Almost deleted him. Looked like they one pumped him in a sense. His HP fell down so quickly. You can't win them all, Jacob.
Yeah, oddly enough, if he would have pre-popped the Nitro Splash, he would have got out of that. Because you saw him turn around, kind of run into the boxes. He got boxed up. Almost looked like me out there, but that Nitro Splash would have saved him just indefinitely. Just unfortunate enough, it's just a quick reaction time that really separates the players here, the champions, almost from everybody else, is you and Asa. We saw them in game 1 start to build some momentum. Unfortunately, it got cut just a little bit short. And let's see if they can make up here. 90 points. There's not a lot of pressure on them for having a big game here to catch up and keep up with the pace. So for them, it's just business as usual.
Business as usual, as Banyak Swizzy have boxed up via Nitro Portal, so they have the opportunity to use it as a rotation if the zone pulls further away. But right now, no elims are on the board for this duo. I'm curious to how much damage they've been able to get. They're in a decent position, well, quite a good position, actually. One of the best with the Nitro Portals, and also just for the amount of duos that should be rotating around them. Chicho and Trulex, though. Look at that elevation, Jacob.
Just high up. I feel like this is where we left them, too. Not too long ago. Just trying to get as much surge as possible. And because they are so high up on a mountain like this, you see Rift Island in the distance, and you know as well as I do, sometimes fights do tend to break out up there. Chicho is going to have a good line of sight over on that side of the map as well. And this is what I thought they were doing earlier, but he's just farming up. They built such a big tower. They used some materials to try to make it as safe as possible. And while Chicho's just making sure that the game plan is staying in a proactive manner, so is Trulex. But he's just farming up, making sure they have enough mats for the next rotation.
Kiddo and Neb's doing a good job here of refarming up the brick that they've used to build their base alongside this reboot van here. It's always a good thing to be efficient. You never want to be wasting time in Fortnite competitive, where you can be refarming builds, you can be planning out your rotate, looking for tags. There's always something you can be doing. So it's good to see that stay strong here. Curious to see now, though, where this zone pulls. Just one more second left. We'll hear the noise. There it is. What are you feeling, Jacob? Where's this zone pulling?
Rift Island, southeast somewhere. It would be my guess. Rift Island was a little bit towards the north, had a little bit of west lean. Typically, it does pull away, depending on where. I don't know. It does look like it actually kind of centered up with maybe Rift Island in it. From here, it should pull either towards the south, towards broader battlegrounds, maybe towards the east. But I drop. He's going to have to pull somewhere safe if he gets surprise attacked. Chris is there to try to alleviate the pressure and gets the elimination. A blessing in disguise, because those are the moments we're talking about where you don't expect somebody to be there. You get caught off guard. Luckily for him, he didn't have the nitro to just push Chris or an eye drop away and bring it really down to a 1v1.
Scary situations, but for eye drop and Haris, staying calm and collected is key. CZV, you welcomed him in. Back in the game with his duo Nathan. And like we mentioned earlier, they have a lot of natural mobility that they can use to get back into the zone from this position. They not only get the extra loot from the bunker, but also a nice late rotate in. And with those 2 eliminations, they've already done a decent amount of damage. So we'll see how they're able to kind of position themselves once they make it back in. But for now, they should be all right.
I'm just looking at CZB and Nathan. And there's a team that, when it comes to the open formats for FNCS or any of these other tournaments that we do have on, they're usually at the top of the leaderboard. It's when we get into the set lobbies, they do seem to find those struggles. I can only imagine, though, it's a matter of time, and we see it almost every single season where a team that's used to struggles figures out a way to kind of make it work. And Valko's doing a little juggling act here, trying to get that AR to the end of Rift Island, where he is safe in towards the zone. And this is where Takata, you asked me the question last time, the zone should pull towards the south, maybe towards the east, depending on what POIs are around.
Fingers crossed. Let's see here. I'm feeling more of a east one. Don't know why. For 9, you have to be careful here. Your duo partner is also low. Both players now forced to maybe even regroup here and heal. As the medkit's being popped, they could use a bit of the flowberry to get that AoE healing. 2 more duos in their surrounding, though. As the zone has pulled east. Would have been my lucky day if I was in the lobby. How many duos already set up for that, though? Not quite sure. As Kenty and his duo partner here saw a bit of extra loot they're going to pick up.
Even if it's not much, that little bit extra just could be enough to kind of get you over the top, get you through the next fight, and then you can go and get the spoils from there. You see them boxing up. They know a rift is down there. They ran right past it. That's easy to be a Nathan who took control of that position and the rift. The thing is, before they finally move in and try to take it for the zone, they want to make sure they're healed up as much as possible first, because they know the possibility of getting tagged up on a rotation like this is high.
Loco Cringe flying through alongside multiple duos now that made use of those Rift Island rifts. Nathan CCV is going to turn into some mountain goats here to box up and not only take shots back, but also continue the rotate through here with just 49 damage on top of the Storm Surge threshold. You know they're hungry for more, as the shots haven't connected yet. With the speed they get from those nitro splashes, the ability to charge right through their opponent's builds, they should be able to close this out.
Yeah, it's not just for the elimination itself, but see 73 above the damage threshold with Storm Surge. It's enough to where you feel fine and you're not taking damage, but these players are not comfortable. They know that can turn in a moment's notice. That's where they're making mad dashes left, right, center, trying to go up that mountain just a little bit, give them a little bit more line of sight so they can see where these players are at. But another far pull for the majority of the lobby. That's going to give opportunities for Storm Surge, but it's also going to give opportunities for other players to land the good shots onto you.
Shots not being connected, but with 228 above, they've already done more than enough now to out-heal this part of the zone. I wasn't actually quite able to see. Yeah, the zone pulled even further, so you can see all the duos now rushing to try and make it in. The more time Nathan and CZB spend here, the more difficult it's going to be for them later on.
You can see that because they had to get that reboot early on, a lot of their loot was split. It's a lot of scraps. They only have one Nitro Splash left, which is one of those things where you have to pick and choose when and where you're actually going to use it. They're just trying to out-heal Storm Surge as much as possible. Multiple Flowberry Fizzes there that'll last, but it only lasts for so long before he has to start figuring out where he's going to get damage from. 199 below. That's almost a full elimination. 286 quickly falling. Everything is like a tunnel right now as he can only spot for one team out and he has to go.
Good news is everybody's focused on rotating, so right now he has an initial free rotate, but by the time everyone gets in zone, they're going to start looking back, and it's going to be that moment shortly here where he's not going to be able to make it in easily. Shots already coming through. 12 shield is all that's left. One more tick from Surge will lead to his demise, but it looks like he might have just gotten a bit of time to breathe here. But for how long is it going to last as he goes down?
Yeah, he had one option. Nitro Splash into a box and hope to hit the one pump with some damage. Not very good odds, but unfortunately enough, that's how it is. It's Mappy. Ryan, I do believe, all the way on the other side. Nobody on the full North Pole where there's the most elevation. Nobody on the far east where it goes all the way down the mountain. So with very little actual good ground where you can play, everybody's stacked up together and it's pulling all the way towards the most congested side, which might be a blessing in disguise for Kiro and Mappy because they could see everybody rotate to zone and try to pick the perfect path when everybody leaves that spot.
Yeah, you can see there's no one even close to them right now. Everybody's kind of made a ring along the edge of that zone. As Marius has found a little present here. Little walk-in loot llama. As they're going to refresh a lot of that. I was going to say needed loot, but it's not like it's that needed with the loadout and materials they already have. Zone starts pulling. Let's see who kind of tries to make a play here for height. We've seen quite a few different duos do it throughout the day. So I'm curious to see now with that change in elevation towards that mountain, how these players are going to decide to box themselves up or even build up.
I was going to say, you got to be careful, Fnayan and Della. They learned their lesson. Take it too early in this end game. It gets taken from you as Nebs finds that opportunity. Fnayan is able to clean up one, but it's not enough to save his teammate. It's all about the heals. He does have some colas down there. Flowberry Fizz. It's just the Nitro Splashes that are really lacking. Only 2 to make it through this end game, especially with it going up the mountaintop. That is going to become a nightmare and a roller coaster for some.
Look who's up top, though. It's Sandguild. It's Marius. They might just be able to hold on here, even blocking off the launch pad just in case they want to keep on building up. Great rotation from this duo being here so early. Additionally, with the materials they have, you can see the zone pulling even further back. A gift from the heavens for this duo. Now, all they have to do is maintain this position, take shots, see if they can pick up those eliminations, but this could be huge.
Yeah, and you can actually connect it to that statue as you continue to go up higher and higher. Sangil and Marius to set their eyes down below. They know it's not going to be easy for any of these duos to try to overcome that elevation. And this is going to be an opportunity for them not only to beat everybody to the punch, but continue to fire back. Not let anybody get too much of a chance to look up. And you see Sangil almost uncontested because Marius is the one staying back, looking below, getting those opportunities while he can.
Very popped here just in case they end up getting shot down here. Gonna build on ahead. Make sure their opponents know that there's a duo claiming height right now. Literally in the clouds. As Swizzy has gone down in the backside of zone. Not sure if Vanyak is still up. But so far, Marius and Sangil, they're playing pretty calm and collected here. I mean, not even too aggressive at all. Just taking shots when they can, staying ahead. Doing what has to be done. As Chicho and Trulex, not incredibly healthy in terms of damage, but as they continue to get tags, they're maintaining the positioning well.
Yeah, they're already in zone, just staggering themselves back, knowing that everybody else had to climb up the mountain like they just did. Not going to be easy. Blessing in disguise for the lobby as the zone does pull back, forcing Tango the Marius to kind of reach human territory, the regular atmosphere, as everybody else just battling out. Neb's just going through chaos, just trying to smooth sail to the front side of the zone. Chicho and Trulex, they're taking it slow, 1 foot in front of the other. They don't want to get caught off guard like everybody else does this season.
Nebs and Kiddo keep looking up. They're saying, we chopped down height. Why didn't it fall? It's because they connected to the giant statue. on the mountain, so they didn't give them that opportunity to go for the high ground retake, forcing them now to play even lower and continue using materials. At this point now, it's almost too risky to try and overtake height. They don't have enough mats to do so. So Sangin and Marius are just still holding on strong.
Yeah, there's nothing really stopping them just yet. Trulex, Chicho, they look down. They find another opportunity. A back-to-back elimination coming out from Chicho. Quickly scrap together all that loot. They're trying to get as many builds as possible, which isn't much, but at least it's something for them to work with. And this is where they're playing tricky. They know the zone is going back in their direction. They have a ton of time to work with, so they're not trying to make any rash decisions.
Gotta be careful here. There's so many duos close by. They need to stay together, as it looks like with this zone pull. There's still no duos. Looking above, Marius Sangil doing a good job of applying pressure to the duos that are second height, so they know that they're being looked at, and they don't get a lot of time to even think about retaking it.
And the chance for any of those players to really look up and focus the high ground is long gone, especially with the Nitro Splash. You're just seeing a lot of the chaos everybody's going through. The only other team that I think is down there right now that has smooth sailing is Chicho and Trulex, but they're that second height. They're the ones getting focused by Marius and Sangild and forced to expend almost every single material they have just to stay alive.
Only 4 builds left. Not a lot of choices either, as Kiduo and Nebs now forced into the engagement. Nebs goes down, Kiduo shortly after. iDrop is going to be the one that secures it, as now they continue dropping down low. Marius said, I'm tired of taking these shots from above. I want to frag out. I want to do a bit more damage. I want a bit more elims, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Trying to catch everybody off guard, disrupt the possible end game. Chicho's finding his way up. Marius missing a couple shots they doesn't normally miss, but Chicho, Trulex, they separate, but they're figuring out a way to stay alive. They're making things happen as 2 individual solos in a game, but I might have spoke too soon. Chicho gets found out. It's Marius, the final boss. He's ready to end the show, dropping down wall after wall. He takes out another one, and wall again into Bad Sniper. He's trying to just take everybody out in way of winning the game.
Can he get the last one? Takes the shot, connects. That's another one. 6 on the board for Marius, but he's not done yet. Another shot comes through, gets another one. Up to 8 eliminations. Marius is looking unstoppable.
Now it's essentially, I was going to say a 1v1 situation, but iDrop was healing off the backside of zone, trying to get those placement points. And thanks to Marius, he got a ton of placement points as a solo. But Marius and Sangil, you were talking about him. You were saying it's only a matter of time before these guys pop off, and they got a huge victory in the 3rd game.
This is why he's got so many fans. I mean, I've seen him on socials. Everybody's waiting for the pop-off to happen. And Marius, you could tell he was up top. He was in the clouds. They were playing it safe. They were getting placement. But you could see it in his eyes. Marius wanted something more. He wanted to use his mechanical skills, and quickly enough, I don't even know how many eliminations he started with before he dropped down, but ending with 8 eliminations, I mean, what a way to pop off.
Yeah, that was all by himself, but they have their roles intact. As soon as he knew the lobby was thin enough, almost everybody was solos. He felt that confidence to drop down with the Nitro Splash, frag out, and disrupt any possible heal-off attempts. Congratulations to them. That was huge, but we're going to go to a quick break as we try to figure out who is the team in first place.
Hello, welcome back to FNCS. We are halfway through our first qualifier of major number 3. And it was a third time lucky for Marius and Sangeld. An exemplary performance from them, especially in that final zone. We just kept following the guys. It was just inevitable that they were going to take the victory royale, Mini Miner.
Yeah, really nicely done from this team. I mean, it was a pretty standard high end game from this duo. It was a pretty easy high end game when it came from their perspective, because really nobody contested them for it at all. I think the zones definitely had a part to play in that, and the way they ended up playing was really good. But a difference here, we saw Marius dropping down here, 11, trying to get those eliminations down low as that zone pulled back.
Yeah, absolutely, right? When you look at the way the zones pulled, they pulled back sort of twice on itself, right? And so it was very awkward pulling back through so many old builds. And we actually had sort of the exact same situation happen in game 1, right? When iDrop and Haris were up on height. And the difference was those guys just tried to stay on height and hold on to it. In this game, Marius said, no, we can't just watch the game pass us by. I need to go down and be aggressive. And how he dominated the lobby when he decided to do that was phenomenal, right? You know, the TikTok player of the year, Marius, just showing why exactly he is considered one of the best fraggers in the game right now. A lot of people have been waiting to see, after sort of a disappointing grand finals last season, what can this guy do? Can he step up to the plate? And if he's going to keep whipping out performances like that, my oh my, Denmark is going to be having an absolutely wonderful summer.
Is this just a meta thing working out for these guys? Why is it that we haven't necessarily seen them picking up victory royales in the past? Mini.
I think for this duo, they had a really, really good major one, right? A really solid start to the major, really solid start to the year. I think it was 5th in the end there. They placed in that particular grand final, or 4th, something like that. An insane performance from these guys. They didn't quite match it last season. It was something that I talked about a lot, was whether they're up to the task of having the lights now bright on those guys. Are they up to the task of being one of the best teams, one of the best names in the region? And it didn't seem like that was the case last season. They had a lot of hype, particularly Marius had a lot of hype, as you mentioned, Levin, on TikTok, from all of those solo cash cup performances that he had. Was insane. This season, we haven't seen that massive performance from them yet, but if they can now get to a stage where they know how to play, they have their play style, they have their experience now of not having such a good grand finals, maybe they can level their heads a little bit and hopefully end up in that qual spot for globals.
On a game-specific level as well, right? The casters highlighted it. This game, they had 4 casts. They haven't in the others. A lot of their mid-games have looked a bit stretched, a bit roughed at times. So I think having 4 casts, knowing the zones, definitely played a part in helping.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where we're at. 3 games into the qualifier. We've got 3 more games to go. It'll be interesting to see what happened to Strizzy and Banyak after that game. Not necessarily their finest hour, and you can see them dropping, though, in the standings. However, Nebs and Kaduo, Levin, have not been shy in coming forward and going for those eliminations. They're not a duo that likes to necessarily play it safe.
Yeah, I'm trying to, you know, keep my expectations low here. I'm temper my excitement, because Nebs he's hurt me in the past, man. I've fallen for this trick before, man. Nebs will always give us this crazy performance in one of the qualifying weeks of an FNCS. I get myself excited, I get myself hyped up. You know, I love Nebs, I want the best for him, and he's incredibly talented, as we can see from the highlights on screen. I want to see it consistently. That's the key, right? Can they do this week in, week out, leading up to grand finals? That's going to be the real difference maker, Mini.
I mean, a big question mark for this duo is their off-spawn situation. Of course, contesting Toos and Kami. Their game number 2 was not quite as good as their game 1 and 3. Of course, going down 48th place with only 1 elimination. Still not enough to knock them off the top spot here. Of course, them moving back up there after this game. Yeah, I think I agree. This is a duo that can be exciting. Nebs in particular, a player that can have his big pop-off moments, and it kind of reminds you as to how good of a player he really is. I feel like his name doesn't come up in the conversation often enough for some of the best talented, most talented players on the region in terms of just natural ability. But this is exciting me, though. I think I'm more optimistic maybe about their potential when it comes to the grand finals, when it comes to the later stage of the tournament, because I hope now for this duo they can learn from their mistakes, and particularly Nebs in terms of performing on the big stage.
Levin, you mentioned iDrop and Haris earlier, and the way that they like to try and maintain height. Do you think that they can also maintain their position on the leaderboard?
I mean, for sure. I think you look at both of these players and they both had their fair share of ups and downs with previous duo partners. And you know, the key conversation I've always had around Nigel is just self-confidence and really believing in himself and knowing that the talent he has is something he can, you know, execute on a consistent basis. And so it's almost sort of a retweet of what I said about you know, Nebs and Kiduo, of just like, can we see them consistently pull out these types of performances? I think in the past we've seen top qualifier performances, but not necessarily being able to translate that once the lobbies get a bit more difficult.
Yeah, they're one of those teams, again, it's like they make it to the end game, they're able to have a very solid performance. Again, looking at one of their placements, game number 2, very much like Nevs and Kiduo, not the best performance going down in the mid game. So if all these guys can get to the end game, it's going to be a very exciting watch.
Well, we've seen a lot of the familiar names who have been making it to the end games each time, so let's see if that consistency carries over to game number 4 with Jacob here and Takata.
Consistency is key, Takata, and that's what we're seeing about some of these teams. It's not just the meta, the nitro splashes, but you're seeing the consistent game plan that a lot of these guys have. They stay away from that ultimate low ground layer in these end games because they know that is where you have the highest chance of kind of getting nitro splash and getting your game tossed away.
You have the consistency, but you also have the inconsistency of these early games, right? I mean, Merstash, Malibuca, Banyak, Swizzy, they had, you know, their 1v1, 2v2 going on, but now all of a sudden there's another duo in the mix. Noah Rayleigh said, you know what, I'm going to drop there as well.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if that's going to stay consistent or also, you know, be a little inconsistent in terms of the drops, because that's really what sets you up for the momentum in the mid and late game. But the battle bus is ready. Let's get right into the next match.
Almost all day long, the gap between first and everybody else has been very, very minimal. In the second half of the day, it's only 5 points between first and second place, and about 37 points between first and 11th. That is almost nothing in terms of one of these games. You pop off, you have a big game, now you're in contention of that first place spot.
It's a difficult path for a lot of these duos. But look at this. Kiduo Nebs up against Karmi and his duo partner, and it's all down to a 50-50 as well. Karmi's gonna be the one, though, that secures that initial weapon. And now the 2v1 onto Nebs. Both players pretty low on HP, but it's still gonna be difficult. Did I just hear that correctly?
Yeah. You heard that.
I did. Okay.
Oh my, he just tried to drop down into the barrels.
I mean,
builds to catch himself. I assume he didn't have enough builds to catch himself, but Karmi 2's just really won that fight. It seems like without even trying too hard. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he tried to run into the water of sticks there, but kind of broke his nose on the wall as he was falling down. So we'll look back here. Merstash, Malibuca have claimed the better drop, but they don't have any eliminations, so they didn't really take that 50-50. Do I only see 2 duos here? Where's okay, no, all 3 are here. Yeah, okay. Same as last game. Banyak, Swizzy, Merstash, Malibuca, Aqua, Noah. I don't know. This is a difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, now that it's kind of known that Noah and Aqua are rotating over, contesting this in a triple contested, everybody's playing a little different. That last game, you kind of give the benefit of the doubt, kind of reactionary, especially with Malibuca and Merstash, not really expecting it. This time around, Malibuca and Merstash planned for a triple contested drop. They got the highest elevation at the red line rig, and it does look like they're fighting the boss already to try to claim it for themselves.
A lot of potential here. Let's take a look once again at Brawler's Battleground, Giannis and Pixie. The first game they didn't come out on top was the last one, so is it going to be a repeat, or can they continue their dominance from the initial matches here? Cola being popped, just 1 HP was left over from those initial shots. Bad Sniper is incredibly low as well, but Kyrie, almost 200 effective HP and shield. It's an even game right now.
Yeah, he has to figure out how to reposition and help out Bad Sniper because Giannis got the time that he needed to get the shields up. Pixie going straight in for the 1v1, knowing that Bad Sniper can't help. Giannis is going over the top as well. They're trying to 2v1 while they have the chance, but it does look like Kyrie was able to reposition, and that was so crucial instead of just fighting that 1v1 because now they still have a strength in numbers. It's just now it's much more of an even fight due to the lack of shields.
Trying to crouch to not give away his position here. See what can be done. But I think Pixie and Yanis might know. Might have an idea of where a bad sniper is. Both players now backed up. You can see they've taken so much time. There are opposing duos kind of getting closer and closer for potential third or even fourth parties. So now it just might not even be worth it to close out this engagement.
Yeah, it's just kind of lasted way too long. They finally get jumped on. Another team coming in on towards the side. That's Voltiax and Cool. They're able to get the knock on to Kyrie. Bad Sniper now stuck by himself in a much worse position than he was literally just moments ago. And that just goes to show the decisions from Yanis and Pixie to play just a little bit more careful and safe, knowing that there's so many other teams not necessarily contesting Brawler's Battleground, but that threatens for a third party.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation. But it looks like the hunt isn't quite on yet. Let's look at Marius once again. Continuing that momentum from the last match, but I might have spoken too soon. As now he's gone down and left Sangilde alone in a 1 versus 1.
It's almost revenge because it was Marius who took down both Belusi and Focus at the end of that last game, crashing through some of those boxes with the Nitro Splash, and now they're just trying to return the favor. Sangilde knows the reposition. The Nitro Splash is on. He gets attacked from above, gets attacked from below. A whole nother duo, Chap and Teeny, have rotated in, stolen away that elimination. They realize where they're at the leaderboard is not where they feel they should be, especially with how dominant they've been throughout the qualifiers so far. So in this game, it almost looks like they're trying to pick up the pace. They have a gap that they need to fill, and they're going to do it with elimination points.
Yeah, they did a great job leading up to FNCS, and even at the start of these matches, when we've seen them perform, they have been getting their eliminations. I'm not really sure how they keep going down before securing a lot of points in the end game. Something must be going wrong in those last zones of the mid to late game, but all it really takes is a couple of good matches. So you never really know. Malibuca Merstache, though, I mean, the loot they have doesn't look great, but if there's any duo that can get a comeback from a difficult off-spawn situation like the one they've been put into, it's going to be Merstache and Malibuca.
Yeah, they definitely got a lot of time in the world. Because of the cactuses that are around the southern portion of the map, they don't necessarily have to use the medkits. But we saw 2 elims, and it's the champs going at it yet again. Swizzy was the first one knocked. Malibuca, Merstache using their dynamic duo to go ahead and take down Vanyak next. So struggles on that off-spawn exchange continue, whether it's at the POI or not.
Asa and Ju now. They kind of saw some duos surrounding them, but nothing that made them want to go aggressive. Actually just went to see what was left over from that fight. 1 medkit isn't too bad. I mean, it is what it is. Karma getting knocked down, though. Vortex and Glebski. On the other end, I think last match they actually got eliminated by that duo, so now able to return the favor with a quick 2 elims. Edge of the zone as well, so not too many other duos in sight.
Kind of free rotation. Just like we said in some of those other games, the only real position you have to watch out for is the mountain, which you already see. There's nobody boxed up there. But the forecast tower that we've seen Marius, Sangilde, Chap, Teeny fight for game after game after game. And already it looks like Chap and Teeny are going to try to be one of the first ones there. Almost every game so far, they were beat to the punch by Marius and Sangilde, who were able to position themselves on top of that forecast tower, box up, and gain all the space. This time around, Chap and Teeny are hoping this is a whole different story.
Cade now. Looks like he wants to make a move with that Nitro, but with 1 shot connected, he's still 1 away from securing that elim. He has lost his duo partner, but so has his opponent. So all it's going to take is 1 quick shot. You can see the ramps being put to good use. It's really the only kind of semi-counter you can do for the Nitro. It gives you just another second to breathe.
Yeah, extended fight right now. T-Chips was able to kind of get healed up, and the way he was playing defensive against that Nitro Splash, knowing put some ramps down, go up a few layers, don't let it easy for him to just knock into the box over and over and over. And he's trying to be one of the first teams to rotate out of the spot. If you don't have the HP, it's very, very risky to overstay. There's no cactuses on this side of the map, so no free heals for you. Cade with a huge advantage in terms of HP and shield is going on the offensive, and that's going to slow down his opponent, knowing it's basically fight or I go down trying to run away.
Gotta be careful here as the clock's ticking. Good news is they do have medkits in the inventory, so you can't out-heal zone here. Cola as well popped, and the nice two-piece take out his opponent there. Cade now 4 eliminations on the board. Should be able to pick up his duo partner as well. Get the reboot. Launch pads later to get into zone, so no more issues for that duo. But for Chap and Teeny, they're hungry for more.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Marius and Sangild, but it's Finn and Kenty that's going at it right now, and a couple of knocks going sideways and quickly eliminated as we tune in. There's another team sneaking up. They're just below them. Maybe they're trying to rotate by, but that's SNK and Nazen. And Teeny and Chap, they immediately drop down. They don't want to get chopped out. Fall damage coming through. Waste another Nitro Splash. They want to take the fights to them.
That's exactly what they're going to try and do here. They do have the elevation. But to be fair, they've already given their opponents enough time to be at a decent amount of HP and shield, but with the Nitro Splash popped, I think they don't care about that, Jacob. They still want to play aggressive. They still want those eliminations. And that's exactly what they're going to go for here. 48. It's not a big enough shot to be fully confident, but with no more shield left on SNK, it could open up more than enough of a chance here to get that initial knock.
Yeah, just forcing him to reposition every single second. Teeny not slowing down, continuing to stay on the chase. And as soon as he reunites with Chap, it does look like they're going to let that team disengage. Just a little too risky, especially when I don't think they've actually grabbed the forecast tower yet. So they might have to rotate back for that one.
I don't know what I want to see from this duo. I mean, they play so well, aggressive, but at the same time, the difficulties they've had to get those consistent points throughout these matches, I want to see them kind of play out a late game here, but now they have more than enough damage. They have more than enough loot, so hopefully this can be the match where we see something happen. For iDrop and Haris, we saw them in the first game play quite confidently, but since then, they've had a bit more difficulty in the late game. Early to mid game, though, they have their surge strat planned out, and it works pretty well, so we'll see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, they've been pretty consistent so far. I know they had a 48th place, but a 1st and a 7th with 17 eliminations in those games. Noah, Aqua trying to pick up the pace. Switched up their drop spots just a little bit, the overall game plan, and they're trying to figure out still how to make it work. But Aqua gets caught off guard yet again. The Nitro Splash proving to be a huge tool in the tool belt, but the trades go through. Noah's at least able to get a knock, but Ju's not slowing down or stopping just yet. And you can see playing very, very careful, knowing when to dash into the boxes. But Noah's able to get one on him. The Nitro Splash to save him from the fall damage. Ju just reacting very, very quickly to try to keep himself alive, but there's a lot of resources being used here in terms of both the materials and the actual heals.
Resources being used, time running out, zone coming to a close, now cracked as well. No more shields onto Ju as he's forced to try and get himself into a safe spot, but with Nitro Splashes in the game, you can only be safe for so long. What a shot though, 156 damage. The comeback, the turnaround from Ju might just be putting to place here, but Mapi Kiro, third party coming through. Once again, it looks like both these solos cannot come out on the winning end here if they continue fighting.
Man, Ju just completely stopped in his tracks. He's just hiding under the cone while they let him get distracted by Noah Riley. A huge blessing in disguise, but I don't know how much HP he actually has to try to survive this. Mappy and Kiro have more than enough if they want to continue to look for this elimination. As Noah Riley doesn't even get a chance to pop the med kit or survive. He's going to get dropped, but Ju falls as well. The game of hide and go seek ends just like that, with Kiro and Mappy finding both of those eliminations.
What a finish for the duo, but to be fair, they were kind of like pieces of a pie to be picked up. Both players, no shield, no HP. All they had to do was play together, play safe, and they secured exactly what they had to. Chapentini once again. Non-stop action, looking like Marius and Sangild right now. And it's working out for them with the shots they're connecting here. Axe Force now trying to run away, but How much time will it take for Teeny to hit that shot? It's going to be Chap, actually, that closes it out.
That was just so unfortunate on the Axe Force. Teeny knew Chap was going to come crashing in on the other side. He just waited. Say, he's either going to stay in my box, I'm going to land a shot, or he's going to go into your box and you're going to land the shot. Just showing how aggressive they can be. They have finally flipped that switch and things are moving on all cylinders for them. See who in this lobby can kind of stop them in this game. You see EZB and Nathan. They're trying to stay ahead of the curve. They've been progressively getting deeper and deeper into each and every one of these games. Just they haven't had that pop-off moment that they're used to in the open sections of these lobbies.
Looking at the leaderboard too, 3 of the top 5 duos already taken out. Only one's left. iDrop, Riss, and Trulex Chicho. I mean, they're just playing for those series points that's going to decide if they go to the upper or lower bracket. But every single placement matters. Every single elimination matters to help you towards that. As Voltiax and Cool are kind of... I wonder if CZB and Nathan know. You think they know they're in this bush?
I don't think
There's no way, right?
I think what Cool and Voltiax are doing is hoping that they go straight down into the box and come out that door right there. And that's where they're going to try to attack them. I'm not sure if CZB and Nathan are actually going to rotate that way, because usually I see players kind of go out the side, off the top of the building. But that is going to be what they're looking for. And that's what they're going to be patient for. And if it works out for them, it's kind of talking about patience is truly a virtue. As Vico takes a little bit of fall damage going down, but not too much to worry. Medkits are there. They're looking for Griff on the other side of this cover.
Does Griff know? Both players crouched up in the wooden box.
Uh-oh. Yep.
Oh, here it is. Griff, this is not a way you want to go down. 2 players, Nitro Splash right into your box. I mean, I'm thinking of the options, Jacob. We talked about it. You can place a ramp. It's going to help you for that initial charge in, but then you got 2 players from various angles. There's only really, I mean, you got to hit some insane shots if you want to make anything happen. Merstash Malabuka now. We saw the difficulty they had off the start. Let's see how they're looking now. Look at that loadout after taking out Swizzy and Banyak. Look at those materials, the loot. They're right back in the game.
Yeah, huge pick-me-up. They're able to kind of save the shield. You talk about what having that medallion is able to do to your Storm Surge game. You're constantly not only able to save the resources and the heals, but stay ahead of the curve, make some risky plays, and see they position themselves on top of one of the islands with the zone moving in very, very heavily from the southeast. Malibu and Mustache are hoping that a lot of the players that are trying to rotate in are going to have to go through them, and that's where they're going to continue to pad those surge shots that they need.
Cringe now. And Volko in a sticky situation. Good news is, though, the shots aren't connected quickly enough to put themselves in a position to just get back into zone, as it has pulled quite far, and it's even coming to a close. They're going to want to start rotating here shortly. Volko's low on HP. Good thing is, you can see he has a med kit. Wonder how many, though. They only have 1 med kit. Hopefully they can start moving here soon.
Chapatini had it yet again. They already 6 eliminations. Well, make it 7 as they take down both Kiro and his teammate, making it look easy, just crashing into those boxes. And you can see they've cleared out a little vicinity all around them from fight after fight after fight where nobody is going to be close by. Even with a far pull, I feel like there's no problems going out for them. Mappy's going to be the first one that's dropped. And you already saw Kiro. He was the second one. Even with a good shot on the Teeny to try to back him down, it's just 2 players just nitro splashing into your box. It's just too much to overcome at times.
It really is. Haris and iDrop, one of the last standing duos in the top 5 here. They're looking like they can get quite the game done as well. 4 points away from passing Trulex and Chicho, who are still up. You can see they have 0 elims, so they are kind of a little desperate in terms of looking for damage. From the edits, you can see they're kind of looking for anything possible. But we talked about it earlier. You always want to be doing something, and in this part of the game, it's looking for those shots.
See Vico, Flixie, with a much better couple of games outside of the first 2. Trying to really pick up the pace and even match the likes of Chap and Teeny. because it's all about those series points at the end of the day. Where you finish first through 50th in this lobby, you get series points granted. After 2 weeks, where you're at on the series point leaderboard determines if you go to the upper or the lower bracket in the semifinals. So it's all about consistency throughout 2 weeks. We've seen some players kind of scrap together a placement inside of the top 50, inside of the lower bracket. And I think we're going to see a lot of possibilities just like that as Vico's just trying to escape a lot of the mats being used, but use them before you lose them because they're hot on his heels.
Gotta be careful. 373 above, but that's not the worry for this duo. It's the pressure that's being applied to them. Vico's been completely cracked, down to just a little bit more than 20 HP. And his duo partner, Flixie, now forced to heal up. Looks like they're making good use of their inventory, though. Maybe even flow burying as they are healing at the same time. Or those colas popped.
These are two teams that have fought already multiple times today. Tarps kind of getting the best of them 1 or 2 times. And I know they don't know that's them, but this would be good revenge elimination. Really assert your dominance, especially since you've picked up the pace and started to gain momentum on your side. But now that they're 321 above the damage threshold, they have a huge chunk of HP missing out of Vico. They have to be very, very careful and not take too many big risks, not too soon at least.
Trulex Chicho 68 below. Storm Surge taking as well. No more shields to use, only floppers and medkits. They can out heal it for a little bit, but if they don't find anything big, could it be, say, Nathan and CZB? Can they peek out, maybe hit a little shot? This is not the position you want to be in. You need to land those shots, Trulex. You cannot miss in these situations. They go down here. It might mean that the only duo left in the top 5 is iDrop and Haris, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
He started it a second too late. He got up to 23 HP when Storm Surge ticked for 25. Chicho's still down below it. That's almost a blessing in disguise because they both would have been taken out. And now Chicho at least going to give himself a fighting chance with a couple more players still needed to go down. The Nitro Splash, the dash across. He knows somebody tagged him up, waiting for them to go ahead and catch up. That's Malibuca Mustache on the other side and quickly end Chicho, send him back to the lobby. At least that way he doesn't have to deal with Storm Surge anymore.
Mustache Malibuca now looking to reclaim their positioning on the throne here. Started off so strong in the first match, but now have to recuperate what they've lost. Being in the dirt here is scary, though. It's so many duos surrounding them. They have split up their materials here. They're looking healthy in terms of loot, mats, and shields, but even damage, I just don't know about the positioning. They need to make it to zone. They need to elevate themselves a little bit. And there's so many duos around them that it's kind of a risky place to be in.
This is a perfect catch-up game for everybody outside of the top 10. Majority of the teams inside are either down and out or missing a player. Even iDrop, 3rd place to start this game, 138 points. Finding himself as a solo, and it's barely as placement points are setting in. Top 22, so there is a ton of placement points to grab as iDrop lands a great shot. But he's not feeling that confidence to go ahead and try to clean that one up. That's because he's a solo.
654 above. The last player standing now of the leaders. Nice shots connected in the air. Good job getting ahead as well. You can see he's playing confidently right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a solo clutch come through from this. Back and forth with the Nitro. I think he was trying to dip his toes in the water there, but unable to do so.
Yeah, who would have thought? Akira on the other side. Started this one around 6th, 7th place. One of the only other players inside other than Cade all the way at the low ground. Everybody is just solos inside of that top 10 trying to get these points, hold on to their position. And this is a great chance for someone like CZB and Nathan to finally pick up the pace while everybody's down. Stop them from getting points and you grab as many points as possible. And with each team that goes down, placement points to grab.
That's a good pull as well. Pulls a little bit west, almost even southwest here. Close to where CZB and Nathan were already based up at. So you can see they're going to quickly build some metal there, let it construct before the zone starts moving. Cade with 6 elims, though, isn't going to be looking for height. He's going to be looking to get ahead of zone here. Even more eliminations. alongside that. Actually, as a solo, he might even want to follow the zone here and play it like the solo clutch route. Nice rotate coming through.
You know, other than lacking maybe some nitro splashes and materials, his loadout isn't all that bad. He has the med kits to stagger himself, ends up in the water, dashing around, ran out of materials almost all the way. His last build's gonna be placed. All that danger kind of goes out the window momentarily. Cheeps and Turtle, they rotate right on by Cade, allowing for him to stay alive. This is a blessing in disguise, and he still has 3 medkits. So at any moment, if he finds some safety, a chance to stagger himself back, he could scrape together some more placement points doing just that.
Replace comes through. Not fully committing yet, though. No more nitro splashes. All he has are those dashes, as he might just start healing here. I mean, 3 medkits is a lot of time that you can save. iDrop continuing with the solo clutch, but it might be coming to an end here as he's just down to 8 builds. Manages to get ahead of the zone, but for how long? With just 1 HP left, iDrop goes down, and Merstash and Malabuka, they've retaken height.
Top 5 is wide open for the taking. You might just have to go through Cade, who's making wonders happen here as a solo. Still has the 2 medkits. He can stagger himself at any moment. He just wants to get a little bit deeper into the zone and really make those points count. Flowberry Fizz waiting because he knows the audio visuals will give away his position. So he waits for the last second, and now he's trying to make a mad dash, but gets tagged up yet again, taken out by Polish.
Mally Merstash continuing to rain from above. I'm looking for CZB Nathan. I see CZB down below. I'm not sure where Nathan went. The duos that got dropped down back into the water. Turtle is going to be second height, making his little turtle boxes, but not enough for Mally and Merstash to not apply that pressure onto. Cringe dropped into the wrath of all the duos now that are down below, low on materials as the chaos unfolds up above.
Battle for the high ground. Merstash with a big shot is going to drop him down, force him to disengage, but he said, no, you challenge me. You will finish this fight. And Merstash drops down for the chase. 7 eliminations picked up so far. They are trying to close that gap as much as possible. 128 points. They are well on their way to the top side of that leaderboard.
They're trying and they're getting there as they now have popped these medkits. They did lose quite a bit of HP that's now been recuperated. Not too many builds to work with, to be fair here, but also the players are going down quickly. Karmi just 1 shot away from getting eliminated here. CZB still up somehow as Karmivin's knocked. His duo partner as well. Almost knocked. Just 1 more shot needed to connect.
Oh, the zone's pulling back now. Zone pulls back in that direction. A blessing for Malabuka and Merstash. Not so much for everybody down low as CZB is just trying to make a mad scramble on that low ground, just trying to get out. Cool and Voltiac for the ones hot on their heels. They have at least 1 more nitro splash left. They know a couple players around any one of these corners, so they're waiting for the perfect moment to use it and crash into some of these boxes.
We gotta be careful though. CZB has gone down. Nathan as well. Looks like it's gonna get closer to that 2 versus 2. Or have I spoken too soon? This CZB still up. No, it's Voltiax. It's Cool. Malabuka's dropped down right onto them as well. As Cool's been taken out. Malabuka on the hunt. Connects the shot. That's another elim for Mally. Merstash as well now. Last player up, it's Turtle. And it's going to be a 1v2.
Yeah, it goes through almost unnoticed. Squeaks together a couple more placement points. But when you're going against Malabuka and Merstash, who have been lights out in this end game, well, you know how the story goes. 11 eliminations. And after game 1, it looks like the Major 1 champs are back.
The Major 1 champs are back, and some of the contested teams come out on top, securing the VRs in these matches. And somehow, from low ground to high ground, Malabuka and Merstash closed it out from getting contested off spawn by another 2 duos, triple contested, to taking out the champions, Swizzy and Banyak, and ending it off with a nice high ground retake to close out the match. It couldn't have been done better.
Yeah, they've played 2 games essentially so far because of that contested. And the 2 games that they played, second place, 8 eliminations, and this victory right here with 11. Other than that, they have a 50 and 42nd place, and they're still going to be near the top of that leaderboard. And it just goes to show how consistent Merstash and Malabuka are and how dangerous they can be, because it doesn't matter if they start the game off slow, they always figure out a way to pick up the pace just like that.
It also shows how much a drop spot can affect you, though, because if they don't make it to the late game, you saw it yourself, 47th, almost 0 points in the 2 matches, they didn't make it off spawn. But once they do, you see what they're capable of. So hopefully they can keep it up. And hopefully we can see how things have shaken up on the leaderboard. But we'll get to see that right after this quick break. Yeah, I love that car too. I could.
After yet another challenging set of zones, we have yet another fresh duo to take themselves a victory royale. Mustache and Malibuka. Actually, hang on a second. A fresh duo? What do you mean a fresh duo, Frankie Ward? It's Mustache and Malibuka. They came second in our first game. I started second guessing myself, but that's because these guys are having such a fantastic day one. I think season 2 wasn't their finest, but Mini Miner, they're really impressing today.
Yeah, when they make it off spawn, they're absolutely popping off in a very different fashion to what we saw in game number 1 as well. Of course, we saw them playing that low to mid ground. This time they thought, right, we want the victory round. We want the win here. We're going to play high, and it was really well played. I think it was CZB and Nathan on height beforehand. I don't even think Mustache and Malibuka ended up chopping them out. It was another team that chopped them out, and then Mustache and Malibuka looked up. They thought, well, this is free high. We have the mats to do it. Why don't we go on up? And of course, the way that Mustache here dropped down just closed down anyone that was going for that. Even Malibuka going all the way into the storm, I think, to Voltiax there, who was trying to play the heal off, shutting down any potential of that. Really well played from these guys.
Yeah, it's funny because obviously, last game when Vanyak and Swizzy won, I sort of mentioned how, they were the high ground version of Malabuka Mustache. And it seems like Malabuka Mustache heard me and said, no, Levin, we're the high ground Malabuka Mustache. Don't try and bring anybody else's name in. We're them guys. And it's good to see these guys performing again. Once they have that sort of red line rig loot, like they are just such a big threat to the lobby.
They're keeping high ground so cleanly as well. We saw that Nathan and CZB took it first and then just had to give it up as the zone pulled away. But despite the fact that the zones have been so difficult, Mustache and Malabuka are really, really impressing in this lobby. I'm interested to know what you're thinking of Chap and Teeny as well, because this is a duo that has stuck together, and they're one of the very few duos to do so, Levin. What do you think of their chances today?
Yeah, I mean, when you qual for globals, you rarely ever split up. We saw that tried last year, right, with Akon and Cole at that point. But no, there's no doubts in my mind that these guys are going to stick together after how good they did last season after securing a spot for globals. And their run has just been, fantastic since. The big question mark, I think, for them of late mini was always going to be, now that that mythic boom bot was removed, how are these guys going to do? Because they've sort of dominated every competition this season with it. And even though it's not been as big of a dominating performance from them, I think they've showed signs that, when they have, the momentum in a game and when they get a bit of luck maybe with zones and whatnot, like they can still be that big pop-off team.
Yeah, they definitely can. I sensed a lot of anger from them in that last game. The way they were playing, W-keying throughout the early to mid game. I think they wanted a bit of revenge. I think game number 3, it was a bit of an unfortunate situation. It was Maris and Sangil that ended up getting that forecast tower that they like to try and W-key for in the end. So it was like, right, we want to try and avoid that happening. We want to try and get those eliminations nice and early on. And we saw, I think it was an 8 elimination game right there from those guys. So a duo that are on fire. And as you mentioned, it's just about trying to see if they can continue to have more consistent placements. Can they allow that pressure to maybe make them better rather than make them worse?
I wonder if we can bring up the standings again, actually, because I'm curious to see where Marine is after that particular game. It seemed like actually Marine and Cade has just been creeping up the leaderboard. I feel like I haven't sort of seen what they've been up to, in fact, until that last game, Mini Minor. Are they potentially a dark horse duo?
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, I was in the back cheering on my guy Cade, of course, for a little Welsh representation in the lobby. We don't have too many of our top players competing at this level anymore, but it's nice to see Cade doing well. Nice to see Cade a little solo clutch here as well. Of course, 3rd on the leaderboard as of right now. Decent start to the day, not so good second half of the day for this duo, but of course, they're 2 very, very experienced players. Of course, Marine played on the biggest stages, has struggled to find teammates here and there, I found as well. He hasn't quite been able to have that duo that he wants to stick with. So for this duo, maybe this is their winning formula when it comes to partnerships.
Hey, look, talk about, moving on to better things. Marine and Cade bossing it with Marine and FNCS. Diok stuck playing with Archie. It's I mean, the way 2 players can veer off from each other is something special. But happy for those 2 for sure.
Happy for Archie that you managed to get a reference in, Levin. Are we going to be seeing him in the qualifiers next week?
It's funny because Archie did actually tweet saying maybe I should have paid Cade to play instead of paying Diox to play with me. So he's already having second doubts about his duo decisions. But hopefully we do see those guys in round 4 next week.
I believe in Archie. He often manages to make miracles happen. We get to see him competing at big events. So fingers crossed for him and his new duo, Diox. Now, we've got 2 more games left tonight. Boys, do you think we're going to see yet another different duo get a victory royale? Or do you think one of the names that we've already seen succeed is going to rise to the top again? Mini Minor.
And it's been very chaotic today. I think after the first 3 games, no team managed to make 3 consecutive top 10s. So it seems to be players are still trying to find their feet here. I think we might see another new team come to rise and get a victory out here. Because, of course, that zone, even on its own, was a completely different one to what we've seen today.
Levin, quickly. Yeah. Copy a pasta. That's what we love to see on FNCS, and we love to see our fabulous casters all the way over in the USA. It is Takata and Jacob PR.
Thanks, Frankie. That's a great strategy. I think we should do that more, Jacob. You'll make a call. I'll just copy paste it. Good to go. On a real note, though, it's crazy to see Merstash and Malibuca first place with basically 2 matches played, right? Like, they went down off spawn in 2 matches. They made it to the end game in 2 matches. The 2 matches they make it to the end game. First place, second place, bunch of eliminations, but that's only possible if they can make it off spawn.
Yeah, they're always fighting for the best POIs, because this is almost what we saw last season at Grim Gates. When they didn't make it off spawn, you know, they struggled 50th, 42nd. When they made it off spawn, they were a true contender for that FNCS championship. Unfortunately enough, being contested means you're hard to find that consistency overall, especially when you're going against the major 2 champions and Aqua and Noah Riley. Will that continue? Game 5 is ready, so let's get into it.
Will 3 duos continue contesting each other? The top duos almost to the lobby as well. iDrop Chris maintain their spot on the leaderboard. Nebs Kiduo as well. But all you have to do is make it off spawn, and look at that. Once again, triple con. Who's coming out on top, Jacob?
50-50 yet again. Vanyak getting the first one, going against Aqua. He's just trying to bash him off the side. Great idea. Unfortunately, unable to really make it happen. Then he goes against Merstash. Vanyak already fighting every team so far and getting that first knock onto Malibuca. Quickly cleaning that one up for the Siphon. Mats know there's more enemies nearby, and that's going to be Merstash trying to get revenge for his teammate. How long can Vanyak hold on is the question, and that's instantly going to be answered just long enough for Merstash to just go up and over and try to fake him out.
Be careful though. Swizzy, I believe, was close by as well. Does he know that Merstash is still there? Forced to drop down with that ramp. The pressure has been applied. Swizzy has regrouped with Vanyak as well, so it is the 2 versus 1. It looks like they're going to be able to take him out, but Noah and Aqua are still up. The #1 duo of today gets knocked out. Meanwhile, Vanyak and Swizzy are going to be rushing to try and find some heals.
Yeah, that gap between first and everybody else almost all day long, as what I feel like less than 10 points, about 10 points every single game. And now it's yet again 9 points the difference, but there's still 2 teams here. Noah and Aqua didn't really back off. They just went towards that side that's a little bit more elevated, got some loot, and now they're trying to backtrack and steal away the boss before Vanyak and Swizzy can return fully healed.
That's the hope. But it looks like it's going to be kind of a time game here, as it will take a little bit for that engagement to come through, if it even ends up happening. We saw in the last match as well, there was quite a few duos that kind of showed up later around red line that drop in the surrounding area, so that could be a possibility as well. But Swizzy and Vanyak really are not in a great position here.
No, definitely not, especially since they can't really find HP. There's no med kits, there's no bandages anywhere around just yet. So it's really going to come down to this Swizzy using the majority of this Flowberry Fizz to try to get Vanyak as healthy as possible. Because they know a fight is around any one of these corners, because I know that they hear Aqua and Noah right above them. Just got to be careful. You see them just peeking around, checking every corner, trying to hide as much of the audio as possible. And then kind of simultaneously farm up as Swizzy finds a med kit. Blessing in disguise for Vanyak, but he quickly went on over to the cactus. And it does look like this one might end up disengaging between these 2 teams, especially if Noah and Aqua want to continue to maintain their position elevated up so they can continue to get Surge.
Yeah, I don't think a lot's going to go on in the near future there, so let's take a look by Classy Courts. Cade Marine. Then he was talking about it, a bit of Welsh representation from Cade. Hopefully, though, Marine doesn't get a sneaky play here onto his duo partner. As there it is, Cade Marine now forced into the action. Ball replaced coming through. No nitro, though, so more of a normal engagement here that we're not so used to in this current meta.
He immediately took damage and not wasting time with the shield fish to try to get that HP and shield back on up. Nice shots, continuing the aggression. You said it yourself, no nitro splash had made this just a little bit more of a regular fight, which is like a blessing in disguise, because we know Cade would have just immediately nitroed into the box. It does look like his opponent has those nitros, but is unable to use them to escape. Looking at where's Ares at? Because Mariah doesn't get the elimination. He must have disengaged somewhere.
Must have. But I'm also trying to look. Let's see what Flixie's been up to, though, alongside Vico. They've been playing in the storm a lot here after getting these initial eliminations. And it looks like this might just be a repeat of their strategy. Get those elims loot up, play bunker, go from there.
This is a team I just kind of have so many high hopes for. Especially with how they've been playing throughout the open portion of this FNCS. I want to see them try to get back on track, even though it might be a little hard for them to get first place without back-to-back top finishing games. But I want to see them kind of make at least a dash for the top side of that leaderboard. Kind of show what they got, build that momentum before we go into week 2.
Building momentum is key. But what's even more key is adaptation. And it's what these players have had to do in this season. From having the Nitro Fists to no longer having the Nitro Fists and switching over to the Nitro Splashes. The environmental mobility from the Nitro Portals. The Storm Surge strats from the Cactuses. So much changes, and being able to adapt quicker than your opponents is what can give you that gap, that upper hand on everyone else in the lobby. Take a look at Turtle here and his duo partner in a box fight. They performed very well in the last match. Second place finish. But they're gonna need these eliminations if they want to make it there again.
This fight started and it looked like Chex was just trying to break into the box with Nitro, but it might have ran out at the last second. The tables have turned, and they've turned drastically. They have Nitro Splash between Turtle and Cheeps, and they're ready to break into the box. Dashes him on outward, gets the knock along with it, and everything comes crashing down momentarily, and that's going to be a free elimination and a 2v1 if they want to continue on it. But somebody sneaks in. Turtle gets dropped to 43 HP, forced to kind of wander around and reposition himself with Cheeps going down. That's a whole third-party team, Cringe and Voco, that has come in to disrupt this fight and take everything for themselves.
Now the focus is make use of that River of Sticks, get back to zone. They've already claimed these eliminations. They've gotten the loot they wanted to. And now it's rotating right back in. 1 minute, 20 seconds to do so. You know this duo's feeling happy now.
Oof. Good shots right there. Voltiax looked like he was at a tough spot around the side of the mountain. Quickly builds up, elevates himself, creates some separation, which is important, especially with the Nitro Splashes. As Truly finally gets cleaned up, pulls down low by himself, but only for so long before Voltiax returns. But another third party is coming in. They have to be careful, and I think Voltiax might have heard and is quickly trying to build and create himself space to work with.
On Voltiax, got to make something happen here. A lot of materials being used to stay up as the pressure continues. You got to be careful in these fights when there's so many duos around you, not only in the engagement, but also for the potential third or fourth party. It's not even worth it to fully commit a lot of the time, let alone use materials just to stay up here. And you can see the quick decisions that are made from these players. You can see the experience. They've been through this before. They know when to disengage and when to keep on fighting.
That's kind of Voltiax there. When that third party crashed down, Voltiax is the one creating separation and making it look dangerous, but Vico crashes through all those builds and brings everybody down to his lair, knowing that the only real defense is to change the elevations, and they're quickly answering that plan. Another Nitro Splash being popped. Flixie taking a few seconds here. Get that Cola and get his shields back on up. There's still a bunker there towards the outside that they could fight for, because you see another solo going for it, but as that player is going to disengage, Vico, Flixie, they don't want to go on the chase, so they're going to let Marine live to tell the tale, but that bunker is now their next focus.
Bunker's going to be huge, but also can be what causes players to get eliminated when they get overconfident trying to get one. Teeny and Chap, just like Marius and Sanguild, have looked for non-stop action throughout the mid games of these matches. We know how much they love to play aggressively. But it looks like right as I say that, they might be choosing to disengage to a bunker here.
Just kind of
Is
get
more than a fair play.
a little bit extra that they can kind of go in, loot the bunker. They already had control of it, so if anybody else kind of ran up in this direction, they would have had to think twice. And this is where they get a chance at least packing a punch, depending on what comes out of those weapon cases. They do have that gold to add some attachments, which is very, very useful with those DMRs, because some of them don't even come with scopes.
Taking a look at the chillier side of the map here. Cade has gone down. Marine still up though. But it looks like there's another solo that had the same idea. Nitro Splash coming through, knocking on its door. Is he gonna have time? It was metal though, so he did not break the build with the initial Nitro Splash. It does 300 damage when you charge against the wall. So those metal structures that are at 500 have 200 more HP from the initial knock. As now the 1v1 breaks through the battle to see who's gonna bring their duo back in the game.
Yeah, Marine knows that it's only so long you can stay in this position before you have to start using those medkits simply to stay alive and keep this fight prolonged. But Game Lord Noya just disengaging as well. Doesn't know how safe it is. Didn't get the memo that they disengaged on the outside. So both of those players kind of have to wait just a little bit longer before they get that first attempt on their teammates back into the game.
Neither duos or players wanted to take the risk. Oh, look at this, Jacob. Little sneaky play coming through against Noah and Aqua here. But it's a solo, so it's going to be difficult.
I was going to say, I don't see Akira anywhere in sight. Might not even going for the
Look for
elimination.
loot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The scraps that are left by, and this is those plays you don't always. Oh, I was gonna say you don't always have to be tagging somebody up immediately. When there's enough distance between him and them, he feels confident enough to fire those shots, but immediately gets beamed. And they know he's back there. They know they already got most of the important loot out of that bunker. So for them, if they get zoned on this side of the map, it's just a waiting game for the solo to come out of the storm weak.
I was going to say there's pros and cons of the shots that this solo just took. One of them is if they decide to wait at the edge of zone, he's going to have a very difficult rotate trying to get back in. On the other hand, at least he got a bit of damage, so it's going to help for Storm Surge, but it's difficult overall. For 9, took out Ju. Nice little quick finish. Chicho Trulex, once again, based up with their Surge base that they like to do. They're relaxed over here.
And then knowing that the zone is pulling in this direction, so they're just hoping a lot of those teams rotate in this direction more so than all the way towards the north, trying to grab that east side, or all the way towards the south, trying to grab that side of the map. Rift Island is going to appear. Vanyak, Swizzy. They have multiple options here. They can go for the Rift Island. There's launch pads up there if they want to fight for it, but they're more than likely boxed up on a rift down below.
Whoa.
Oh, scared me there for a moment. The Nitro Splash saving the day yet again.
I got a little scared as well, as I'm still getting a bit nervous. 24 HP is what they're going to make it out with. But for how long is with that amount of tags, you know the opponents are going to come hungry, especially seeing it was Vanyak, Swizzy, Noah as well coming by. And this is a party that I don't even know if I want to be invited to.
From Redline Rig to Rift Island. Even Vico's getting a couple eliminations. He was at least able to take down Voco. And now that Rift Island is kind of taken overall, you see that first team up there, they were just too weak. If they were to try to hold this position, we know Vanyak and Swizzy, they would have tried to fight for it. And with a huge chunk of HP missing, they had no choice but to give it up, disengage, and kind of keep themselves alive, because that's what you need. With 34 players, at least 9 teams need to go down before you even get a singular placement point.
Once again, a lot of the duos in the top 5 have went down. Murstache Malibuka, iDrop Chris, Nebs Kiduo, all eliminated now in the top 5. But hey, at least we got Marine and Cade back in business, back in the game. They had a little struggle there at Classy Courts off the start, but the reboot has come through. They're gonna Flowberry Launchpad here, and then hopefully make their way into zone.
I like this overhead look on the map, kind of seeing where everybody's kind of scattered, spread out just a little bit. A long journey for Marine to trying to get back into the zone, but it's at least a chance that they're going to have to work with. Dylan F9 just trying to move through, not take too many big risks. They know how volatile it can be this low to the ground, especially with the nitro splashes in the game.
Good job recuperating metal, the most scarce resource on the map. A lot of these drop spots, people have routes for Storm Surge. They got routes for how to loot efficiently and even routes for where to farm up their metal, because it's so important to have as much as possible. But Dylan for 9, they've got a different idea on how they can get that metal. It's through eliminations, but you got to be careful with all the walls breaking. Opponents charging right into you. You have to be careful as the Flowberry Fizz is going to be popped, recuperating both players' shield here. Are they going to continue with the engagement, though? You see the zone has pulled further east, so the smart play might just be to keep rotating.
Yeah, that was almost a blessing in disguise for those just getting knocked back like that. Knocked back into safety. It wasn't ultimately in zone. Ryan was easily able to kind of reunite. And with the Cola and the Fizz, they got their HP and shield as back up as it could possibly be without wasting too many more of those resources. So sometimes, you know, getting bashed into the nitro when they actually toss you out of the box, it could be a saving play. As Chap Teeny, only 1 elimination so far. They've traveled all the way around here, and with only 1 elimination, like I just spoke of, Storm Surge 439 above. That's just because the bases they've been building on top of the mountains near that forecast tower allows them to see so many different lines of sight.
Also, the aggression this duo has, even without the eliminations, like they've only secured 1 elim this match, but they've just been constantly playing aggressive. So they get those tags from the box fights, and even if they don't close it out, you can see it's more than enough damage to be not really worrying about too much in this part of the game. Looks like Marine has finally made it in, but Nathan is right in front of him alongside CZB. Do they know, though? Well, they do now after he takes those shots to put himself 4 above. That's the issue of being in zone for so long. You don't get those tags you need, but luckily enough now, there is some potential, and I believe there's even more duos taking shots at Nathan and CZB as they've been almost cracked, unless that was just Cade from the backside.
They just really split, taking 2 different rotations in. You take that side of the mountain, I'll take this side. Hopefully CZB and Nathan don't spot us out, but I do think they have some sort of information that somebody is floating around here. You see Nathan ready to edit that floor, and if they pop a nitro splash, we know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to try to bull rush into that opponent's box, knowing that he's a solo.
And that's exactly what's coming here from Chapatini. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Skydune opens up his eyes in the lobby for the 4th elimination on Chapatini.
They got a nice spot, center zone. There is different elevations around them, so they do have to be careful, and that's why you see them kind of putting a top on their box. With a lot of teams rotating in this direction, some of them will try to get deep into the side where the zone opens up, because they know since it was a 50-50, not too many teams will contest that side of the map.
.692 above. Also inside of the storm. Everything's looking good except for the material count on this duo. Good news is there should be quite a few people rotating by them and a lot of engagements happening in their surroundings, so they should have potential for getting those refreshes or eliminations later on in this match. But for now, they don't really have to move too much, unlike Cade and Marine, who have to do the opposite. Need to rotate in, need to do damage, and also could use a refresh. Material's looking pretty decent, though, so hopefully they can find something here.
Yeah, usually they're ahead of the curve when it comes to Storm Surge, but because they were forced to reboot each other back up, they weren't able to be as proactive as they were in some of these other games, and now they're falling further and further below that damage threshold. For now, it's manageable. They just need to get a couple shots into the distance, but if it keeps working in this trend, they're going to have to break into the box with those nitro splashes, almost leaving themselves very few options of what they can actually do, but the fight actually comes to them. Cade gets dropped. Marine is going to be stuck by himself. That's Toos and Karmi on the other side that find that elimination. Good thing for Marine, though, he was able to fire back a couple of shots briefly for a moment, goes above the threshold, but instantly falls right back down. He's trying to get that piece control, but with damage, 2 players on the other side, and Storm Surge, the odds were certainly stacked against him.
No damage, no teammate, no way to make it out of that situation. Carmi and his duo with 4 elims on the board, now forced to rotate southwest of the map here. I mean, it's looking quite open in a sense, but I wonder where Swizzy went. Oh no. Well,
That was
so much for Swizzy.
And 1 Nitro Splash on Vanyak. That's the real scary thing to me, because if somebody Nitro Splashes into his box, he might have to use it just to get out and stay alive, not even to get a refresh. He's looking good for now, but playing as a solo, you're going to spend much more material, much more of your resource. So sooner or later, that time is going to come where he's going to have to figure out how to get some sort of materials, some sort of a refresh, and possibly elimination on somebody else.
He's got a bit of time, though, to be fair. For being a solo,
Yeah.
the amount of damage above the Storm Surge threshold is quite good. So for the moment, should be pretty confident. In terms of positioning as well, could be worse.
Just trying to hold on to that 5th place spot. 152 below. And we need a couple players to go down before Storm Surge is off, but we just need 1 team. And there it goes. Olver goes down. His duo is already out. At least placement points are now starting to tick in. So he's at least getting something for his efforts here. And the longer he stays, the better off he's going to be. Reverse is down low. This might be his only chance. Nitro Splash coming out. He's going to dive. Storm Surge now ticking. Shield's going bye-bye, and even another player is trying to burst his way in. He gets a shot onto the other side, breaks out to safety, tries to get the edit, and this is where it's going to get tricky. It's a 2v1, third party coming in. That's Flixie who's making that crash happen. Wise just doing what he can. He got some shots, but not enough to get above the threshold. He's going to get chopped down by Storm Surge.
The pressure is on now as we get closer and closer to the late game. This is the moment where players have to plan ahead. For Chavantini, their plan is more eliminations. They know there's players with low HP here, and they want a bit of that pie, but at the same time, 8th zone has appeared. It's the half in, half out, where a lot of these duos are rotating towards, and the ones that want to maintain high have to start showing their dominance here. Kind of saying, this is something we're going to play for. Once that first moving pulls, we're going to be following it.
Yeah, you just got to be careful if you're the team up there a little too soon. That's Artist, that's Fire Hunter. They immediately abandon it, trying to jump to the front side. And this is where typically they could have a chance to try to take it back. With a couple more moving zones to go, some might say it's just a little bit too early. So they're just going to probably play it slow and steady to try to get some more eliminations before they go for the high ground again.
That is what wins the race in theory. We'll see if that comes true here in Fortnite competitive. Turtle with a nice little knock-in elimination. Akira taking down himself somehow. As Chapantini are going to be the ones that are going to be putting pressure up above. Will the zone pull back to them, though? It looks like it might have. And now it's all about maintaining it.
Hey, this could be a big win opportunity for Teeny Chap. They have the Nitro Splashes, Fizz, a couple colas in the inventory as well. And 6 eliminations on top of that, so Storm Surge certainly not going to be a worry. And with his own pulling forward, it's going to be a mountain ridge on the other side that they might be able to connect to try to maintain their position on the high ground. It's just all a matter if anybody can look up and chop it down before that becomes a possibility.
So much damage, such good positioning, so many materials. They have everything they need to close it out. All that's left is to do it. You can see Trulex and Chicho as well. Interesting rotate on the uncongested side of the moving zone here. Meanwhile, Artist and his duo seem to be split up, but it looks like they have regrouped. Kind of taking a little pause here to look around, gauge the situation. Do they want to keep rotating? Do they want to take some shots? You got to be careful here to not get boxed up as you're rotating and stay nice and close to your teammate. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, he almost slid down to a lower layer. He wants to stay up as high as possible. Chicho and Trulex, they're feeling the pressure and a little bit of the worries on top of that. But luckily for them, they got themselves a position inside of the zone now. They're just hoping it goes anywhere but west and it goes south. They get a little bit of a blessing because now it goes back on over to open land instead of up that mountain.
It's going to be difficult for the team on height, though. That's a lot of materials that they're going to have to use now. Can Chapantini hold on to it? That's Tidy. And his duo got to be careful. No mats to work with. Gets knocked down. CZB Nathan got to be the one securing the loot. Has now just crouched in a corner. Will Nathan and CZB turn around? Do they know there's a solo behind them in their tarp? Not for long. As the pressure continues, Nathan and CZB running low on mats, being close to second height, raining from above. The shots from Chap and Teeny are going to be the ones that take out Nathan.
Be a little bit of a distraction there because they stopped shooting in that direction. They thought it might have only been a solo. That allows him to stagger himself back and heal off. But the pressure right now, Chap and Teeny is only going to last for so long before they momentarily get chopped down. But that's Teeny. He used that as an opportunity to drop all the way down low, dash into the box, and take out Voltiax. And now they have Cool in their sight. Back-to-back eliminations being cleaned up by Tap and Teeny. They have awoken from their slumber, and they're ready to dominate the rest of this game.
Another one for Teeny. Looks like he's not even done yet as Flixie gets eliminated as well. Back above. Nitro pop. Teeny's thinking, I need to stay up above. I need to secure this win. But I know he wants to drop down. I know he wants to frag out. Medkit's being split up. They have the potential for the heal off. Aqua Noah still up above. Now dropping down below. They're out of materials. They need to frag.
Yeah, trying to make a late game move, but Artist gets lost along with Noah. Gold gets taken down as well. They return to favor. Firehunter staggering himself back. Just a little bit of HP left. All he has the corn. He has to try to make a way towards the zone, but Trulex deep into zone. He must have found the treasure trove of heals, but Teeny has more than that available. At least 5 different med kits. One is instantly going to be used, and they're just jumping around waiting for the music to play. They knew they had it in a bag to take the victory when they needed it most.
This is what I was waiting for, Jacob. Chap and Teeny said, they took our boom bolt. Doesn't even matter. We have still got it from back-to-back Cash Cup VR's first place finishes to now taking home the 5th match of the day. A lot of talk has been happening for this duo, and now they're showing exactly why that is.
Yeah, you can see their road up until this point has not been an easy one. 44th place. They figured out a way to make magic in the next game with 8th, and then they struggled again. 37th, 21st. They were going for high elimination games, and it hadn't worked out for them until now. They finally put all the pieces to that puzzle together. They not only get a huge victory, but they get a double-digit elimination victory on top of that.
That's the best way to do it as well. And the good news is they don't have as much trouble as some of the other duos in the top of the leaderboard in the initial start to the match. Their drop spot. So hopefully now with one more opportunity to close out the day, they can get another big match, and that could launch them up to the top of the leaderboard if they're not there already.
Yep, but we're going to figure that out soon because we're going to go to a quick break, and we're going to see how the leaderboard shakes out after 5 games.
Welcome back to FNCS. We just have one game remaining of our first qualifier of Major 3, but we've got to talk about what went down in game number 5. And what really went down, boys, was a display of domination. Yet again, the victory royale has been taken by a duo who has claimed high ground pretty early and refused to let go. And Chapantini, it's like they heard me earlier, Mini Minor, not mention the fact that they'd already qualified for global championships, and they were like, right, we're going to show her, we're going to show everyone watching that our success in season 2 was not a fluke.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me whether I think it's going to be a different team winning. I said yes, and here we go. This is another team that's have won their first game of the day for the first time, and it's a massive game for this duo as well. 15 eliminations, victory royale. Just as you mentioned, the way they played height was really good. Of course, held it for the entire game, was able just to tarp on top right there. We saw Teeny just tarping out and ensuring that they claimed all of that space. Nobody else really stood a chance down low, and the way that this particular elimination I was loving, the way that he saw that Cool there was only inside of that wood box. It's an absolute green light to hop straight on him with that Nitro. Pretty much unstoppable when the other player doesn't know it's coming. And for this team, this is just a highlight. This is just a showcase of what they can do when it comes to their fragging ability and their ability to play endgame 11, because this is a duo we have to talk about when it comes to the grand finals, I'm sure, as well.
Absolutely, man. I mean, you pretty much hit on everything there, Mini, but I'm really grateful for Teeny and Chap on many levels. I mean, you look as a whole, and when we're talking about the theme of, you know, some of the big names that left EU, it feels like when you talk about some of those traditional big names in EU, some of them just aren't there, right? In terms of like the likes of City and Cammy haven't been in this round 4, Queasy and Thomas, of course, haven't been in this round 4. And so sometimes it feels like we're lacking those real big, you know, staple household names. And it really has felt over the past 2 seasons that Chap and Teeny are just trying to become that, right? They're very much that team that is like on that doorstep of, yeah, we are just known as one of the best teams in EU, 2 of the best players in EU. And so performances like this help establish that even more.
Well, let's take a look at the standings, because there's definitely a duo I want to point out here. Trulex and Chicho are intriguing to me because they have almost the opposite strategy of Chap and Teeny, which is a low elimination strategy. They are always determined to get to those final few duos. And to be honest, Levin, they're achieving it. And that's why we see them at the top of the standings right now.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You know, you mentioned earlier they had a bit, you know, of a low elimination style, and I sort of said instantly, a lot of the time that's indicative of a team that actually has a very good game plan, right? They don't often need refreshes to bail them out of bad situations, and the great thing about them is that even when they do need refreshes, Chicho has all the talent in the world to get them for them, right? But a lot of the times they just don't need it. Mini, I think we saw this in a lot of those games, right? Where we see them sort of getting into spots where when they do run out of mats or they're not in the best spot, they'll just play their medkits and just sort of out heal and farm placement out of everybody else in the lobby. So really nice stuff here from Trulex and Chicho today.
Yeah, and the reason why they can do that is because they know that the next couple of games they're going to have are also going to be solid end games as well. They don't necessarily need those massive performances like we've seen from Mustache and Malibuka, like we've seen from Chapantini, to keep them up there on the leaderboard. Their game at the moment, their game traditionally as well, has been consistency and ensuring that they make every single one of those end games. Today hasn't been quite the absolute pristine showcase of that, but what we've seen when they have made it to the end game has been really, really solid.
We should talk about Marine and Cade as well, Mini Minor, because any excuse for you to talk about the possibility of a Welshman making it all the way to Dallas, the two of you can maybe speak in really long words together. That's how I refer to Welsh as a language. It's absolutely beautiful, and I understand none of it. So it seems like maybe they're getting a little bit unlucky with Surge from game to game. It's a bit inconsistent at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like that way. They're getting forced into fights that they don't necessarily want to take, and that's a problem when it comes to this particular season as well, because although it can be a nice easy way to get into a box when it comes to the Nitro, it can cause another team to do the exact same thing to you as well. That's exactly what happened to this duo. They didn't even use Nitro actually to get inside of the box. They just tried to pickaxe their way in, but it was another team that came round and decided to get inside of their box. Overall, though, I'm not too concerned. Maybe this is my new Volko and Vortex's team, a team that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on throughout this season. Maybe, you know, I kind of have to, because Volko and Vortexes have split, which is, you know, many tears have been shed from that. But yeah, I want to see some Welsh representation in Grand, so I'm cheering these guys on. Let's say that for now.
Yeah.
As long as you're there, Mini Miner, I'll be really happy. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Levin, but I was just wondering if we've got time to talk about Noah and Aqua, because those cheeky blighters dropped on Swizzy and Vaniac and Murstache and Malabuka. And there were some tears, I think, from the duos that they dropped on because they spoiled some days.
Yeah, no, it was really interesting. Instantly, you sort of see the triple con coming, you're thinking, what on earth is going on? And then I think we saw some of like the best movement from Aqua I've seen this season. He's like running, strafing at, I think it was Swizzy maybe. And then he just sort of, it was Vaniac.
Yeah.
And then he like slide kicks him into the sky. Like it was like, I don't even know what we were watching off Spawn, but yeah, these guys haven't had the best of days. And so they just decided, hey, look, we're not just going to sit here and watch Redline Rig, pop off today. There was actually a bit of, beef between all those guys, sort of, Aqua and Noah Riley sort of decided to not land there. I think they have been landing there in a lot of the qualifiers. And so Malabuka and Sasha were like, hey, you scared of us or what? What's going on? And I think they showed here in this game, they aren't scared. They can come in and cause a problem if you let them.
It's nice
You
to
don't
see.
slide kick someone if you're afraid. Mini Miner, you're appreciating the martial arts, are you?
I'm appreciating the martial arts. I'm appreciating the bravery. I'm appreciating the bravery to contest two teams that have already qualified to global championships in this lobby. So I think that's what we like to see. I did see as well the official competitive Twitter put out a tweet and they said, who will stay alive? Who's going to win off Spawn? They only put Moustache, Malabuka, and Vaniac and Swizzy. They didn't think that there could potentially be a third party coming in there. But I want to see what happens next.
We're all learning lessons. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, boys, but we have to get back on board the battle bus because it's time for game number 6.
Don't worry, Mini, we got you. We are going to figure out what happens next in this final game. Are we staying triple contested? Are there major 1 and 2 champs still going to go at it head-to-head with Aqua and Noah, really trying to put themselves in the conversation? You got to think, none of these teams will really back down. They will take it to the very end, and that's what we've been seeing, whether it's at Redline Rig or on that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, Mini made a good point, too. If you're going to contest any duo in the whole lobby, you pick the 2 duos that already qualified to global championships. It's an interesting take, but the battle bus is ready. We'll see how it plays out in this last match.
You know what they always say, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And that's a challenge that, not everybody would be up for taking, but Aqua and Noah, they're definitely up for a challenge just like that. And you already see multiple people yet again over towards Redline Rig. And this is going to be one of those fights where it's all about the drop, those floor spawns on top of the actual rig. And Noah Riley's actually able to get one of them.
Vaniac choosing to go on the outer side here. Maybe take shots from afar. Malabuka with the initial weapon to take out Noah. Aqua as well. Looks like he's going to fall shortly after. Be careful, Malabuka. Lost a bit of HP falling down, but 2 elims to start it off. They've got the better positioning on the drop as well compared to Vaniac Swizzy. So now they'll have more loot. They'll have more shields. They'll have the potential of getting that NPC quicker. And it's going to be a battle against Vaniac and Swizzy if they don't end up getting them already. But it looks like Swizzy might get knocked down here. How many builds was he able to farm up as Murstache starts dropping?
Yeah, this is going to be a big opportunity. I thought I heard a Nitro Splash as well. That's Malabuka already on the ground. The Vaniac created some separation. Gets the drop onto Malabuka, so it turned down into a 1v1 situation. Vaniac versus Murstache, who's ready to put it all on the line and come out on top. Even with Malabuka going down, they be sure to clean up that elimination to try to get the points before they went all the way back to the lobby.
I love the control from Murstache there. He took some shots initially going towards the shield bubble, and when he went into the shield bubble, he didn't even shoot because he saw his opponent jump out. He stayed tracking him, stayed calm, stayed cool, collected, and right when he went out of the shield bubble, finished it off with a couple shots, just like Kidduo and Nebs have been finished off in this last game.
Yeah, we saw kind of the fall damage, the little accidents that's happened early on, and this time around, Tucson Karmi just once again end the fight pretty quick. Give themselves a lot of space to work with. Like I said, the only real thing that isn't there is that metal. So eventually they'll have to venture out and figure out where they're going to get that from. Uh-oh. This was uncontested at one point.
It was. As then no longer his NPC opens up the door. They're like, oh, wait a minute. Okay. Just an NPC. We're good. False alarm. False alarm. We'll start making some noise now. Keep on farming up.
I see Akira and YZY just going down in the feed. They were playing so well, pretty consistent, I believe, up until the last couple of games.
Yeah.
And from a drop that was uncontested, they know at least one team is there. That's Glubshy and Vortex. They just don't know exactly where they're at. They were below them at one point or another, but now they've went to try to get as much loot as possible, which I think might be an inevitable fight for this medallion, for the Mythic Combat Shotgun as well.
Clock keeps ticking. Even more duos here than I would have expected, actually, compared to the previous matches.
Yeah, I feel like the longer these medallions take to actually get, more players, especially in the 6th game, are willing to take that risk, move over in that direction, see what we can find, sneak up on a couple teams, but there's now 3 teams over in this direction. It's getting a little crowded for my liking.
Getting a little dangerous as more players are sneaking around the brutal beachhead here. You're never safe wandering up in these territories, and it's just a waiting game at this point.
See everybody walking around slowly but sure. I think eventually it's this team here and Finn and Kenty that will run into each other first, but the shots get fired off. That's just for the NPCs. It does look like they're ready to challenge the boss for the fight, but in comes Vortex. Everybody's just going at it, and that's only the 2 teams that we've saw. There's still that third party that can sneak up at a moment's notice, but nice shots by Vortex and Glubshy to take an early advantage in terms of HP and shield.
Wow. Get more. 80 shot. Gonna be enough to crack their opponent, but not for a knock yet. Mini's gonna be popped now. No more nitro splashes. But for SNK and his duo, they got more than enough nitro, as they'll be going right into their opponent's boxes here. Although cautious is looking to be the word for this duo here. They don't want to play overly aggressive, it seems.
They had a momentary jump on their opponent, but they thought it was just too much of a risk to keep moving forward. Now this is dragged out, stalemated just a little bit with Glubshy and Vortex. From once having the advantage are now just on the back foot. And it's going to be hard because they're trying to hide their positions. If you see their low material count, in order to farm up as much as possible, they're going to have to give away their positions, and then that's going to open up an opportunity for them to try to drop down. But with the medallion still alive, there's still a lot to be had here at this PLI.
Nason has an angle. Takes the shots, unable to connect a single one, unfortunately. As now, I don't think any fight is going to break out from here. Both duos probably just going to disengage. Cade Marine once again in an early game. Staggered out fight, but it looks like they might just have the upper hand this time around. One Elim's picked up. Now it's up to Marine here to finish off the other.
Oh, nice shots. Pablo Finn just kind of skating across, gets the damage, gets the knock on a Marine. That's a big elimination because now you get the med kits. You could try to heal up, but on the other side, you hear the nitro splash coming out. Finn forced to reposition, but at least he was able to grab the med kit. One is all he's going to need, but Cade leak as well. One shot to each one of these players, but the longer Cade takes, the better it will be as he nitro splashes into the box and finally takes down his opponent. And now he gets to return the favor that Marine did in that last game.
That was scary for Cade, though. He was also just one shotgun shot away from getting eliminated, so he played that confidently, and it ended up working out, but it was a bit scary. Teeny Chap now in the 3rd place spot on the leaderboard here, so they bumped themselves up significantly from the last VR that we witnessed, and seeing that they might just have control of this tower and they'll be able to see the upcoming zones. We could see a repeat of the last match potentially for Cringe and Volko, though. Cringe was the damage leader in game 1. Has he maintained that throughout the rest of these matches? I'm not so sure.
He's ready to charge at everybody, breaking walls one layer at a time, going through the ramps. Gold is all the way on the high ground. Volko knows it. He's just trying to distract him and let Cringe run wild, but this is where it's going to get dangerous because at any moment, either one of these guys can try to drop down and get a 2v1. As Odin's getting attacked, you see Gold just trying to create space. He alleviates some of that pressure by landing some shots, but it's not a lot of damage, so the pressure is only going to be alleviated for so much before Gold finally has to drop down with a nitro splash of his own.
Gotta be careful here. That great combat can only do so much. When you got Cringe getting dropped down now. Not looking for that initial shot, though. Both players now chose to back up, disengage into the storm, but Cringe and Volko don't want to let that slide so easily. Odin gets knocked down. Last player up and running now. But that's just the green light for Cringe.
This is terrible for Gold. Open water now. He's trying to build a little island that he can call his own, but Cringe is ready to invade. Not wanting to let Gold in this elimination go easy, but good shots being fired back from Gold, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. But you see in the minimap, another team hears all this noise. They know Cringe and Volko are in open water, and this is their chance to attack. You see them hot on the heels. They want to try to clean this up, not give them a chance to heal, but Cringe is doing the right thing, creating space, but no ramps means he's easily susceptible to the Nitro Splash Dash as he gets taken down. It's going to be a trade, though, 1-for-1, coming down to a 1v1.
Shex did close it out, though. So he is going to be able to pick up his teammate now. Both players sent back to the lobby. The third party was successful. That was quick, too. I mean, that's the issue. You have these fights. You end up chasing them in the zone. And even though you come out on top, if you even just get cracked in this current meta, the third party can be incredibly dangerous if both players come in with Nitro. You won't have time to heal. And if you don't hit that initial shot, then it might just be game over. Harris and I drop, though, trying to play as consistent as possible. You can see 6th place currently on the leaderboard, but the top 10 has been incredibly close throughout the whole day. It's not like there's a duo leading the pack here. Everybody has a chance to finish in first place.
This is where it really gets tight. With time winding down in this last and final game, some players are feeling the pressure because they want those series points, because it's not guaranteed in this next week. You saw how hard it actually was for some of these teams to make it past each and every one of these rounds, some of them just barely scraping through. But once you get that opportunity in a finals lobby, almost anything is possible. You even see an example here from Merstash and Malabuka barely scraping through into this round, playing only half of their games out and still find their position in 4th place.
Our first place team, Trulex Chicho. Also looking like they want to play a bit slower this time around. They already have their initial elimination, but they will need more damage. Not too many duos in the area, though. They have the River of Sticks as well, so they have those dashes that they can conserve whenever they want to use them.
Can we take a moment to just appreciate how well Chicho and Trulex are playing today? And I'm not even talking about the first place. I would say the same thing if they were in 5th, because these guys have spent less than a minute away from each other in over 2 hours. And yes, I'm hyped. I'm screaming it just a little bit because how ridiculous does that sound? 39 seconds as solos in over 2 hours. It's moves like that that shows that them sticking together, no matter what happened at the Global Championship, missing out on Major 1, that it is time spent together that matters most. And they're really proving it here today.
Chemistry is key, and they're showing you exactly why on their positioning. Vico, Flixie, speaking about chemistry, we talked about it earlier. Now speaking in their native language here. Vico not forced to speak in English. Has it been working out? I mean, they've been doing pretty well.
As someone like yourself who knows, 2 different languages and probably switches between which duo he's playing with, do you think that kind of helps? Do you think it's more of a learning curve that they have to go through?
It's an interesting question because there are like set calls that you can make in various languages, but you're always going to be more confident in your native language. And I feel like you'll speak more as well. An issue a lot of players have, especially in team-based modes, is, consistently communicating and giving as many comms as possible. And I feel like if it's not your main language, you'll give the most important comms, but you won't give those side comms. And if you're speaking your native language, you're going to be talking a lot more. You'll be a lot more active. You'll almost be thinking more. So I do think it's definitely more beneficial if you're able to do that. But sometimes, depending on who you want to play with, it can outweigh the language barrier if you feel like you have a very good duo. So it's a difficult choice, but we'll have to see if it was the right one that they made.
I trust your judgment. I trust your thought process, resident pro player here on the broadcast. Experienced as can be, so that's why, I like casting with you, Takada. Anytime I have some struggles, any questions, I know I'm going to get the answer. And I think with some of the struggles, some of these teams have faced here today, they've instantly found the answer. A lot of times today we saw Fire Hunter and Artist go down as solos, separated, but it only meant so much because they're still in second place. They're making the moments that they do spend together as a full duo, they're making it all count.
Making every moment count. You can see Rift Island in the distance as well. Trying to just kind of see where his opponents are, if he can land a shot or two. With 0 eliminations on the board, you can already tell they're maybe a little bit stressed on how much damage they've done. That's an issue as well. If you end up pulling zone, some of the times you don't get as many duos rotating through. You have to almost position yourself more in the corner if you want to find them kind of making their way in zone, so it can lead to you not getting enough damage. But for duos like Cade and Orion, who are on the corner of the map and also contested at the start of the match, they've had more than enough opportunities to get those tags and get that damage, where they shouldn't have too much pressure on them.
Especially since a lot of those fights that we have watched are kind of drawn out. They're healing up. That gives more damage for Storm Surge. So definitely playing their cards right. Chap and Teeny, another forecast tower that they are going after. And just trying to really make a comparison, it was earlier in this same tournament, the first couple games, they were going against Marius and Sangeld, who no longer make their presence known on this side of the map because of how well Chap and Teeny are doing. And you can see the replay of them picking up just a couple more eliminations and just kind of conditioning everybody around that forecast tower, saying, hey, if you guys are going to go for it, that is perfectly fine with us, but you better be ready to fight for it.
Merstash Malabuka looking like they're having a bit of fun in this last game here. Good news is they made it off spawn happily. The 2 duos that contested them went down to Merstash's hands. The 4 elims he's got on the board now. Busting out the moves. I like that shot. Showing the Nitro portals. Also,
You say these pro players aren't the only one working during the off season. I gotta give a huge shout out to the whole observing team, man. You really notice the difference. I try to do these by myself, and I feel like I can't cast and observe. Having a full team like this just makes it flawless, makes it easy. We get replays like this, making sure we don't miss a second of the action. As Vico, Flixie, they're trying to heat up. This is the very last game. They got quite a gap to overcome if they want to reach that first place spot, because that was at 194, started by Trulex and Chicho at the game. But they could definitely reach as close to that as possible, get some series points, start to go ahead and get that practice under your belt and come back stronger for week 2.
yeah, the comeback would be huge, but you said it yourself, it's going to be difficult to not only because of that, but also it's the first time today we've had each of the top 5 teams alive so far into the match.
Ooh, interesting.
As we've seen a lot of them getting knocked down earlier on. As Marius looks like he's going to be one of them joining the players in the lobby. His duo partner's still up though. You can see Sangeld not too far away, but Teeny and Chap, we know how aggressive this duo is, so will they pursue though? Looks like they might actually not.
At 6 elims so far, 179. Remember, like I said, to start the game, Trulex and Chicho, if they have no eliminations to this point, it is going to be 194, so only 21 more points for them to overcome. This is Sangeld and Marius. They made that decision to no longer contest that forecast tower, and I think that's a great decision for them to make, because they were slowly but surely having a few hiccups, stutter steps to their game plan, and now they at least have a chance to try to pick up the pace.
Voltiax and Cool trying to figure out the rotation here. Going through the tunnel, I don't see too many duos directly out of it, but on the edge of the zone there are quite a few. But Lucy though, quickly enough, hello, drops right in front of them. Is it a blessing or a curse though? Because now the focus could be on them from the duos they're already boxed in, but it looks like not too much pressure has been put onto their shoulders, so they should be fine for now.
Yeah, it's for now, because I obviously don't see what Voltiax has in his inventory, but I see no Flowberry Fizz, no Nitro splashes. It's not the farthest pull here in the lobby. Without the right utility, it's going to feel like a far and a drastic pull, especially with around 4 teams directly in front of you and a couple more waiting inside of the zone to try to gatekeep you out.
I drop Haris once again, following their strat from every single match today of their Storm Surge base. You can see how planned out some of these duos have their game, from early game to mid game rotations to how to get damage to how to play the late game. And this is actually the perfect zone for them, as a lot of these duos have to rotate towards them. If they were just inside of the zone on the edge there, it would be ideal, but they don't have to move too far to get in, so they can kind of take their time here.
These bases definitely working out for them. So far in this tournament so far, they have about 3,300 damage throughout 5 games, and you're seeing a lot of that being accumulated in moments like this. But hold up, wait a minute. Malabuka, Merstash get separated. Merstash goes down, and we know they've already claimed the red line rig material, the loot, everything from over on that side of the map. So it's going to be like an interesting decision to see how he's going to be able to stay alive, because it's in the games that they've been able to play that's been so fruitful.
What has went wrong for Merstash and Malabuka in this last match? From 4th place now, it could cause them to drop down quite significantly here. You can see how Voltiax just kind of beamed Merstash during his rotate.
You see him by himself, all alone on the side of that mountain. Luckily for him, there's not too much distance to cover. You see him underneath the bridge. There's your boy Trulex and Chicho, 196 points. Just about 8 points shy of that 2nd place Fire Hunter and Artist. And they too have a similar rotation as Malabuka, but they are way better off. They have the Fizz, they have the Nitro Splashes, they have all the utility they need to make a quick rotation into the zone. And if things get tough, they can easily stagger themselves, box themselves up, use the Nitro Splash yet again, and then kind of play it how they want.
Choices are what you want, and that's exactly what they have here. But that zone is quite a difficult one. They might be able to go all the way east and kind of reuse the tarps from what the players are going to be building, even the natural mobility. And look at that. A Nitro portal. One quick jump right in the zone. But look at Caden Marine's positioning on top of the ridge. That's a huge spot to be in.
Man, just below. Trulex just got cracked. Malabuka, we saw when Merstash went down, but now we're seeing the result, 61 below the damage threshold. Even with the eliminations they got in the early game, because it was off spawn, that's not a lot of damage when it comes to Storm Surge. Very little at that, but Marine finally taking down Chicho. They were the ones that probably got Trulex weak. They immediately Nitro their way into the box and take him down. Separating him and Trulex, that 39 seconds that they spent as solos is certainly going to increase here, but hopefully for Trulex, he's able to hold on to that top spot.
The big question. 158 above. How much longer can he hold on to it? 1 cola in the inventory, 3 medkits. More than enough materials though. Malabuka also. A lot of solos in this match. Trying to get the maximize how many points they can pick up, but with players like that jumping right into their box, it makes it quite difficult.
That's a little bit of a blessing in disguise. Distracted them away from Malabuka momentarily, but in comes CZB and Nathan trying to go unnoticed underneath that mountainside, and they found themselves a nice elimination. More for placement. Combined both. His wrist and eye drop. 479 above the damage threshold. And you can see they're one of the teams that have lost their spot inside of the top 5. And with 2 of those players and teams going down, this is a great chance to pick up the points. Banknod's on the other side. That's even more eliminations, but Riz quickly reacts to the team, trying to bulldoze their way in through the outside of their cover. These quick reactions coming out of Haris and iDrop are not only able to net them those eliminations, but they're able to get the loot for it as well.
So much leftover loot now too. They have so many options on how they want to make it the zone here. And that's going to be crucial, but you got to be careful as Sandguild, I believe, is still left alone. Marius did go down not too long ago. Sandguild as well going to get eliminated. We have Artist and Fire Hunter. Looks like they want to claim height. Can they maintain it, though? As Trulex, another solo.
A lot of the teams, 3rd to 4th, and 5th out. 6th and 7th still up, trying to hold strong. Trulex finds a nice elimination on the underside. That's gonna be at least 4 points, 2 for the elimination, 2 for the placement. But a whole nother duo drops onto that loot, trying to steal it away. Trulex knows he can't necessarily go for that. And you see the ramps being placed down. Huge defensive effort for Trulex, trying to stop anybody from nitroing into his box.
Haris eye drop though. Looks like they're gonna be the ones that actually want to claim height this time around. Artist and Fire Hunter were trying to make something happen, but unfortunately, height has been taken from them. So the shots now will be put onto them as Haris and eye drop. Flashback to game 1. Issue is they weren't able to hold on to it. Now in game 6, from first match of the day to last match, can they learn from their mistakes?
Yeah, they've already got a 3rd. That's the game that you're talking about. They have a 2nd underneath their belt as well. All they need is this win to kind of cap off every position into the top 3. And they look toward the backside of zone. They don't need Surge, but they need all these players to drop. And that's scary Sean, and he's in a scary situation with Haris and iDrop putting a good amount of focus on their position. Trulex forced to stagger back. His heal off is going to begin just a little bit early, but that's just to get him just a better position when he finally makes that dash towards the zone.
Gonna be difficult though. If eyes are on him, it's gonna stop the rotate. Looking at Fire Hunter Artist now, the only duo to place top 20 in each game today. Can they hold on to that theory, as they've now already made it to 18th at least? So this could be the most consistent duo we see all day. But can they finish it off strong? 472 above. They're running low on materials, Jacob. That's the only issue, and they have to get in, but they do it successfully. Nice tags onto both players. Another 2 eliminations racked up, but be careful. Artist has gone down.
Yeah, they were late to put the ramp. He just ran straight through it. But Fire Hunter by himself, he has to continue running because now there's on his heels multiple players trying to take him down. Mariah and Cade, they found safety in a whole nother layer outside of that building. And with the zone moving forward, they can easily stagger themselves out, use the fizz, use the nitro splash to try to move forward, but they're taking it step by step. They know another team's in front of them. They know a couple are below, and they want to make sure not to get too greedy too fast.
The drop down below. So far, playing it quite safe here. Fire Hunter's still up as well. He's recuperated a bit of the materials that he was so low on. As now he's looking for a shot to connect, but not playing it risky at all.
Yeah, first place is getting tossed sideways. Everybody trying to make that last dash. The series points mean so much. A spot in the upper bracket where it's easy to qualify for that grand finals. But he looks down, he sees 2 gentlemen down below. One of them being Polish is way more healthier than his teammate. But that pressure is still there. They're the farthest back team, which means Riz and iDrop are going to continue to try to focus them out. And there's a full layer of metal between them and anybody else, so nobody can even look up.
They've got separation for height, but Fire Hunter's gone down now. The players down below need to find their way back up. iDrop and Haris in the ozone layer so high up, nobody's even close to overthrowing them. Popping a flow barrier to drop down. Now the aggression's gonna come through. Wall replace 174, almost gets the knock, finally gets it. Another Elim on the board now for Haris.
Yeah, they dropped down at the perfect time. And the only thing that would make it worse for everybody else in lobby if they had the nitro splashes, but they finally look up. Haris getting voted out, and that's iDrop who's trying to alleviate some of the pressure, give him a chance to build on back up, and they are maintaining that position high above the rest. They're looking to be the first team with 2 victory royales on the day, but they still got a couple other teams and players to go through. One of them being Mariah and Cade, one of the most consistent teams on the day.
Issue is only 1 build left to work with here. Mariah needs to get inside the box. No nitros left. You gotta be careful as the shot has to connect here. Connects on the wall, gets the Elim though. Another one for Mariah is now the pressure is on. Cade incredibly low. Good news is they're staying together. The chemistry is still there.
Yeah, but he accidentally didn't get the med kit. He picked up the splashes instead. And but at least they know where they're at. Art skill trying to heal off. Backside of zone. iDrop Riz trying to play safe. They have that win condition in mind. High drop on the high ground with the 3 med kits. He knows Haris is playing distraction, disruptor. He's going to try to down below and try to get the last 2 eliminations. Art Skill is just trying to at least escape together a top 2 placement, which is absolutely a possibility with iDrop being the only one towards the top. He's going to try to run back, start the heal off, and win the game.
It's turned into a 1v1v1. You have Art Skill all the way in zone. Looks like he's out of medkits. Gonna take shots on Mariah. Mariah, not even sure if he has medkits, but iDrop has been dropped. Is it gonna knock him down? It's not. He had the Nitro activated. He did not take fall damage, but Art Skill finishes him off, and Marine secures the victory royale for the last match of the day.
I was thinking Art Skill was trying to sneak away a second place. He was back there, probably about all the med kit on the island, and everything came crumbling down. I thought that was going to be a sure victory, but Cade, Mappy, they will not be denied any opportunity to win.
What a way to finish out that match. That was absolutely incredible. I don't think Marine even knows what happened. He was still trying to figure it out. He was saying, did I just get the VR? Where did the team on high ground go? Where did all the players go? It doesn't even matter. Marine got the VR. 4 elims on the board for him, 3 for his duo. What a way to close it out.
That's how great that was. I actually called Marine Mappy for a second. He's let me know, bro, I am here, and I am here to stay. One of the most consistent duos on the day, and the only thing that we're missing was that first place spot.
It's a great way to finish it off. But now I want to know, Jacob, how this has changed up the leaderboard. So we're going to go right over to the desk. I want Frankie, Levin, and Minnie to break it all down for us.
Thank you very much, boys. Well, you are in luck. We're going to do our best because it was really refreshing to see Cade and Marine, the hard work paying off as they've climbed the ranks all day to get themselves a victory royale to cap things off at the end. Mini Miner, you must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, they're my boys. Been with them since day one. Yeah, I really believed in them. Yeah, they're my new team, so I'm very happy about that. The performance from these guys has been pretty on and off, I suppose, today. They've had a lot of issues with Storm Surge that we highlighted earlier on. I think they've kind of alleviated that in this game, so hopefully they can sort of take that on board for the future games as well. I'm interested. I'm interested about this duo because I think they're a duo that have what it takes. It wasn't an easy zone for them. As I mentioned earlier, both duos are trying to find it difficult to find a duo partner that really matches their caliber, and it seems like they might have found the perfect match right now, Levin.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, big ups to these guys. Of course, you know, we're going to make the joke now that they're your favorite duo for the rest of the year.
Yeah, we might have to.
But I am a big fan of Marine. A lot of people might not know, Marine's actually coming off of a really bad injury. I think he, like, last season he played with like a broken arm. So you know, he's sort of been on the mend, and it's good to see that. I think now he is sort of near full recovered. So nice to see that he's, you know, performing at the, you know, highest level now that he's back to feeling good.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, no excuses, it turns out. If you've broken a limb, you can still get back in the game. However, I'm really curious to see who's won today's game because we've got to take a look at the leaderboard. I'm hearing it's very, very close at the top. Who is going to be claiming the cream of the series leaderboard points today? Sorry, I will work out that phrasing at some point. And Marine and Cade have narrowly done it by just 1 point above Fire Hunter and Artist. A fun fact about Fire Hunter and Artist, they are the only duo to place top 20 in every game today. So you might not have necessarily witnessed them picking up victory royales, but actually they were always there, Levin.
They were one of the few teams that could sort of stay rather consistent throughout the day. Again, not necessarily like a crazy big pop-off game from them by any means, but when you're always making it to end game, you're always going to be somewhere in that top 10.
Yeah, they kind of like snuck through today. I feel like we haven't really seen too much from them. We've seen some decent little pop-offs here and there, but I mean, I'm looking at their match history. Yes, they've had every single game inside of that top 20, but only 1 game inside of that top 10 when they had that 3rd place in game number 5. Another team, though, iDrop and Haris. What a fantastic performance from those guys in that game. Really unfortunate towards the end there as well, Levin.
Yeah, it's tough for them. I mean, I did like the sort of contrast between the last game and the first game, right? In the first game, we saw them on height, a couple difficult zones. I think they were maybe a bit too timid, a bit too passive. But Haris and iDrop in this game, you saw Haris start to drop down and decided, okay, nah, we're gonna have to start wiping out this lobby. Again, the actual ending is a bit unfortunate, right? They'll be sad they didn't come away with a win, but another nice game for them up on height. Hope to see more of these guys in the future.
Yeah, I think it was one of those where they had a nice position on height, and I think it was it Art School? It was actually Marine actually that ended up shopping Haris out there at the end. So it was one of those, or it was actually iDrop on top, was it? That was, yes, it was iDrop getting shopped out, which actually he had everything that he needed to win that game right there. The med kits, he had the position, and it was actually Art Skill that ended up taking him out there right at the end. So really, really unfortunate for that duo, but nice signs to see what we can see from these guys in the future.
I think that's the only victory royale we've had today that wasn't won by the duo that had secured high ground around, the 10th zone. And actually, if you think about the leaderboard as well, and you look at the duos there, pretty much every duo, at least top 8 and above, or top 8, that is everyone above top 8, sorry, is a high ground duo, Mini Miner.
Yeah, it seems like we have. We have a variety of play styles, but yeah, as you mentioned, the high ground does seem to be still dominant for this season. I feel like we're never going to get to a stage where it isn't dominant, just because of the nature of Battle Royale and Fortnite as a game. But this is a leaderboard that I think not a lot of people would have predicted when it comes to today. I think a lot of people would have predicted Chap and Teeny to have a little bit of a higher placement. Mustache and Malabuka as well, Evan. They didn't have a very good end to the day, particularly after a really decent mid game as well, or mid tournament.
You know what? I think that's fair, right? In terms of the way the game ended up playing out, but I think they probably will still be pretty all right with how the game went in terms of defeating their biggest Osborne enemies, right? In the final game there, they pick up Sizzy and Vanat, they pick up Aqua and O'Reilly as well. I mean, it doesn't get as good as that when you're triple con, you wipe out everybody and get to play the game out. I think that's not too bad of a way to end it off.
I don't think it's bad at all. I mean, it's glorious to get to see Mustache getting revenge on everyone, taking every single name who decided to challenge him at a Red Lion rig. I'm curious to know what it was like for his partner, Malabuka, to actually witness what happened in game number 6. So hopefully we can actually have him come and join us for an interview, because it was a very impressive day one. Hello, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah, and tell me about what this day one has been like for you, because we almost didn't get to see you competing today.
I mean, we only played like 2 games out of 6, because we died like 2, and also other 2 we died in mid game. But it went decent, because the 2 games that went into late game, we got first and second. We could win last game, but stuff happens, so it's fine.
Things happen.
Yeah.
Maddie,
yeah.
I have to ask you, man, what's it like this season contesting 2 of your friends, right? Swizzy and Vanya, you guys are cool with them. Swizzy's literally your teammate on Carmine Court. You guys literally are friends. What's it been like contesting them? And have you thought about maybe leaving Redline Rig, or are you there no matter what?
We're not leaving, because we've always played good while we are con, so as we've seen today, it's fine if we're dying off spawn, it's fine if we're not playing every game out, because once we win off spawn, we get Surge, we get everything, and we just win the game. So I think it will pay off.
I mean, yeah, how important is that medallion and that mythic AR for you guys? It seems like that's the sort of focal point of that drop spot. That's what everyone wants. Does it really play into your guys' playstyle when it comes to endgame?
Yeah, like you just give that AR to Mersash, and he has like 5 kills. I just blink with my eye and we get a refresh or something. So we 100% need that AR.
I do have to emphasize again though, right? Have you had any conversations with Swizzy? Like, is there, you're friends, right? But like, is there any sort of rivalry there that's now brewing where you guys are like, I mean, we're cool, but you're contesting me, so like, you can't really be cool like that?
Nah, I mean, not really. It's just we're contesting each other, but we're doing, we're not talking about this. And then outside of the game, we're just chilling as friends. But then we just go in our private calls and play. I play with Mersage, Sweezy plays with Wanyak, so no, we don't really talk about that.
I mean, you guys won the first major of the year, and of course now you're in another position to hopefully do the same. What are the vibes like within the duo? How are you feeling about this season overall? Do you feel like you can get to that same sort of caliber as you did in major number 1?
Yeah, I definitely like this season more than the last one, and I hope the new trophies come back as soon as possible, because they're really good as a rotate. So I like the season much more than the last one, and maybe even more than first one, because the new trophies is really good. But only if it gets fixed, you know, and the Nitro sprint as well.
I love to hear that this is potentially your favorite season. Obviously, you already won season 1. You don't need to go to America, Malabuka. What do you think of all the duos who've gone to compete in another region? Do you miss them?
I miss them, because the leaderboard seems empty right now. There is no like really tier 1 teams. but I mean, I respect them. They're playing. They will probably qual, and they're also having a great experience exploring another country. So I would probably do the same. That's a cool experience.
Yeah. Well, you're already booked on the plane to Dallas, so you do get to go and explore other countries too. Malibuka, thank you so much for talking to us. Before you go, where can we find you online?
Malibuka FN on Twitter and just Malibuka on YouTube and Twitch.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the performance today. Hopefully we'll see you in the qualifiers next weekend as well.
Thank you. You will.
I have no doubt that we'll see him next weekend. Levin, how about you?
Nah, no doubt at all. I'm sad. I was trying to force a bit of a beef between him and his friend. You know me. I like to make things spicy, a bit juicy, but they're too nice to each other, man. I want to see the friends start going to war with each other, but it is what it is, you know. Maybe next week.
Mini Minor, do you think we'll see some more familiar names next week? I know that Queasy Thomas and Cami and Seti have already qualified for Dallas, but it is quite weird seeing the lobby without them. Do you hope they'll be back next weekend?
I mean, of course. I think the whole of Europe hopes that they're going to be back. As Malibuka said, the leaderboard looks different. It looks odd, you know, for some of these tier 1 teams that are looking at it right now. Like, okay, you know, where are top teams that we've been watching for years and years and years? But now breeds the opportunity to have some new names, some new top teams that we're going to be talking about, and of course some new names that are going to be making their name known at globals as well. So I think it's a great opportunity for teams like that. But for teams that are at top, we want to see them, of course.
Well, you know what? As loath as I am to say it, I do think that the North American competition tonight is going to be really exciting. So if you are craving a fix of some of those European favourites, then do make sure you stick around, because in a couple of hours we are going to see our friends Kelly, Vivid and Mr. Zeke on this desk for your analytical pleasure. So make sure that you keep it locked into the channel, and that will be with you shortly. But obviously it goes without saying, Europe's the best region, Zeke. Don't even pretend. We will see you guys though next weekend for more European action. And for now, boys, it's time to sound that horn.